All right, hello, everyone, and welcome inside Midway Lanes here in Mandan for the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles Tournament. Right here on NDBowlTV, I'm Darren Steeney, flying solo in the booth today. As always, for those of you who are watching early, let us know how it looks, how it sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. Got a lot to unpack here today, as we're going to bowl 9 games, followed by a 5-person stepladder finals. So get comfortable and be ready for a long day of bowling. Looks like there are, I think, close to 70 bowlers in the house here today. So a pretty good turnout. Have about 6 minutes left on their warm-ups, the way it looks. We did have an unfortunate event happen this morning as one of our capture cards did go down, so we are down to just the 2 cameras. The plan was to bring 4 lanes of coverage here today, but we're down to 2. Sometimes things like that happen with technology, but nonetheless, we are here today. Brian, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Bowling today will be on the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern, from what I understand. I'm going to pull that up right now. I don't think I have it on the stream, but there's a 40-foot pattern, 32 mils, so pretty decent volume out there, but there is some friction. 274 to 1 ratio, so I do expect the scores to be rather decent today. All these guys out here are pretty talented, so I expect to see some pretty high scores, especially that cut to the top 5 for the stepladder finals. Mike Guthrie, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Everything looks and sounds good. Thank you for that feedback. Again, this is the first time NDBowlTV has gone live at Midway Lanes here in Mandan. We do thank Brian Gehring and the staff here at Midway for allowing us in to cover this event. Again, got about 4 minutes left to go on their warm-ups, and then we'll be underway with Game 1. A little bit of a late start today as they had Youth League this morning, followed by the re-oil, and then again getting everyone signed up and ready to go. I'm counting 13 pairs in use. Some have 5 on a pair, some have 4, so go ahead and do the math as to how many bowlers are here today. Pretty nice turnout. This is the first year they have gone from a strictly doubles event with a singles option to 2 separate events. So today they'll be bowling singles, 9 games followed by a top 5 stepladder final. And then tomorrow is a doubles tournament. We will not be live for that one as I will be bowling. But you can tune in to ndbowling.com on Facebook. Go over there and hit the like button. I'll be posting updates for scores over there. Looks like on our featured pair right away, we have Jeff Holsworth, Chris Massey, Tatum Lee, Jaden Roller, and Josh Craig. Marshall, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Rooting for Chris. Yeah, we all are. Shout out to Chris as he has been on quite a long weight loss journey. Do give him credit. He's lost quite a bit of weight. I know that's hard to do. So a big shout out to him and nice work. Hopefully he keeps all that going. Again, this is the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. It's a 32 mils. So So pretty decent volume, but there is friction out there, as you can see so far. As I mentioned earlier, I do believe the scores are going to be fairly decent with a 2:7-to-1 ratio oil pattern out there. We'll see how the transition goes with 9 full games here. From what I understand, the rotation will be the left lane moves left, the right lane moves right. If anyone out there has any questions throughout our telecast today, just let me know. I will let you know how a particular bowler is doing once we get those standings. Just about a minute left in our warm-ups. I would like to thank the folks here at Midway Lanes for allowing us in here to cover this event. We do appreciate that. Brian Gehring and the entire staff have been very kind to us today and helping us get set up. Again, Fazza Mazzaroni Pizzeria here inside Midway Lanes. Also like to thank the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And I'm Darren Cini, flying solo in the booth. So for those of you in the chat, please keep me company today. That would be great. Ask any questions you may have. Let's practice. About 30 seconds left to practice, so we'll be underway here shortly. Marshall, you say, how does this work? Yes, it's a 9-game qualifying block, and then the top 5 advance to a Stepladder finals. That'll be on our TV pair here, 35 and 36. Looks like we are about underway here. Gonna get those scores up on the screen. Got to do things a little different with the scores this week, as folks here at Midway Lanes, they have a TV in between the 2 scoring monitors. So we are going to split up each side. Hopefully everyone can see those clear enough to follow along with the scores. Yeah, Marshall, this is going to be a long day. We got 4 or 5 to a pair. And there's 9 games starting here at just after 2:15. So, as I said, get comfortable, grab a beverage, and stay tuned for a long day of bowling. And if you're just joining us, we are bowling on the PBA Don Johnson pattern, 40 feet. Shade over 32 mils of oil, 2:7 ratio. As I mentioned earlier, I do expect moderate scoring pace, which should help our pace of play here today. And if you haven't already, head on over to Facebook, like our page there, and share our stream with everyone you know. That would be greatly appreciated. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button and consider subscribing to our channel. So every little bit helps. We are working toward 3,000 subscribers. That ain't much in the grand scheme of things in the YouTube world, but progress nonetheless. A little bit of a slow start on our featured pair here so far. As always with these kind of patterns, the beginning of the day, you're looking to keep the ball in front of you. Try not to split like we see at the moment, and then as the pattern stretches out, breaks down, that's when we'll start to see a little more score. How's everyone doing on this Saturday afternoon? Hope y'all are doing well. We're in game 1 of 9 here at State Scratch Singles. Shot there by John Breckel on our pair to the right. Most of you are all familiar with him, as well as Josh Craig here on our featured pair. We've already seen on NDBowlTV this season. And for anyone wondering, we will go live again in January at the 10-game marathon up in Minot. Another good turnout event. This last year they had over 100 bowlers for that one. Looking forward to going back up to North Hill Bowl for that. Then of course we will have the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout at the end of January, followed by the NDBowling.com Classic the first weekend in March. So that is our schedule going forward. But there are a lot of other events. If you are interested in bowling, go to NDBowling.com, click on the Upcoming Events tab, and find a tournament that's right for you. Something for everyone, as I say. I know there's a few tournaments that we've just added. I know a couple fun tournaments up in Williston. So they have the one ball tournament up there. Henry Trotwin, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Hope you are doing well. Thank you for the feedback, as always. I'm sure we will see you up here in this neck of the woods in January. Again, we are doing a 9-game qualifying block followed by a top 5 stepladder final. Based on the turnout, we have roughly 70 to 75 in the building, which means they will pay out, I would guess, somewhere around 15 to 18 players here today. And not sure how the scores will go, but I do believe the folks here at Midway Lanes will provide us with a sheet as we go. And if you would like to know how your favorite bowler is doing, just hop on the chat room and let us know. Question in the chat, how do we get involved in this? Please define what this is. The tournament itself? Any tournament? Yeah, a little bit of a slow start for our featured pair, and then from what I see on the scores around here, A little bit of a slow start for most people. Henry asks in the chat room, is this a house pattern? This is not. They are bowling on the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. A little over 32 mils of oil and a 2:7-to-1 ratio. So I do believe these will break down into something relatively nice for the players, but it looks like early on and they're playing pretty difficult. Question in the chat room, Scratch Tournament, is there a membership fee type deal? The only thing I can say to that is for USBC, a lot of players must be sanctioned to bowl events, so you would just have to pay a USBC sanction fee. I know in this tournament, since it is a North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association event, you must also have a North Dakota USBC Association membership, and those you can buy on site before any tournament. You also have to ask the tournament staff before you bowl or call ahead to make sure. But those memberships are pretty cheap and they last for the whole year. The calendar year that USBC runs is August 1st through July 31st. I'm not sure what the exact amount is for sanction fees, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 total once you pay the local, state, and national sanction fees. Yeah, Henry, we have the three major proprietor association events every fall that they have a doubles event, a singles, and then the state scratch team happens in Moorhead at Sunset Lanes. I believe it's the 14th and 15th of December. And these tournaments are pretty popular for the bowlers here in North Dakota. The Proprietors Association kicks in a little bit of money to the prize fund at all these events. Early three-bagger down there for NDBowlTV Masters champion Thomas Wolf. Looks like a decent start for Rodney Holm. Again, not many big scores at the moment, at least in view from where we're at here in the center. We're right about in the middle of the lanes set aside for this tournament. I believe there are 13 pairs in play. So we do have view for about 6 or 7 of them that I can read the scoreboards anyways. And if you're just joining us, the plan earlier today was to cover 35 through 38, which would be the 4 lanes in front of us. But unfortunately, one of our capture cards decided to go out as we were setting up. Always a perfect timing for technology to go down. So we are down to the 2 cameras. One for the score and one for the lanes. That's going to be what we'll have today. And if you have any questions, feel free to hop in the chat room and let me know. And I'm Darren Sini with NDBowlTV, flying solo in the booth. Appreciate everyone jumping in the chat room to keep me company today. Long day of bowling here, 9 games, followed by a stepladder final. Top 5 will advance to that. Well, early feedback from some of the bowlers as they're seeing a lot of over-under at the moment. I like that shot over there to the pair to the right by John Breckel. He's got a solid ball in his hands, trying to keep the ball in front of him. Not much left to right. A lot of over-under ball reaction at the moment, which is contributing to lower than normal scores so far. We will see how this pattern breaks down as the day progresses. See if Jeff can pick up the 4 split. Ends up getting 3. Seeing quite a big mix of bowling balls going down the lane as far as pearls and solids. Nothing really stands out as being a predominant choice among the bowlers out there at the moment. And I appreciate everyone who has shared our stream on Facebook. I do appreciate that. Please hit the thumbs up button and consider subscribing. Game 1 of 9 here this afternoon. Oh, good washout conversion there for Chris. Well, looking around here, looks like Thomas Wolf has a chance for a small 200 game, 189 out of Rodney Holm. Looks like Ryan Selk still has 220 left going into the 10th. Scores to the left, Peyton Sumner's 205, Travis Hersrud 198, Jesse Wilson has a 199, I believe, if he picks this up. See a 212 from Jesse Rivers. So a mix of scores so far, but a lot of scores under the 170s at the moment. But with 9-game block, there's a lot of time. Not much of a sprint here today. 9 games gives you the opportunity to have a bad one here or there. 209 game 1 for Thomas Wolf. Ryan Selk did get the first shot in the 10th. Still has 220 left. Again, following this game, it'll be a right, left movement by the players before we start game 2. Interesting high hit 4-pin there for Jaden. Again, I've noticed a lot of players fishing around, trying to find the right ball reaction, try to match up with this 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. Early reports from the bowlers, a little bit over-under. And an unfortunate miss there for Jaden in the 9th frame. Still has 180 left, which isn't a bad score based on what I see so far. Always an interesting thing to wait and see how the scores change on all these scoring systems at each bowling center. They have Brunswick scoring here. We'll see if the initial rotation works within the scoring system. Well, it looks like players will skip one pair to the right or left. Coming up on game 2, we have Lonnie Thielbar and Jesse Wilson moving in. And then on 35, we will have Ryan Selk, Taylor Wallstrom, and Joel Galley. Shot there for Jaden. .223 for Ryan Selk, 180 John Breckel. Mike Neibauer has a chance at 211 here if he finishes this one out in the 10th on the pair to our right.
How'd you do, Trevor?
you see that shot by Chris. It was not that much further to the right compared to the one he threw the first couple of shots in the 10th there, and that one just kind of hydroplaned a little bit and never made it. Well, looks like we have one bowler left in game one. That's Tatum Lee right in front of us here. Pair to our right is already starting game two, as is a few other pairs here in the house. Again, have roughly 70 to 75 bowlers here today. They'll be paying the top 15 to 18, somewhere in there, I think. Following the 9 games, we'll do a 5-person stepladder final. So we've got a long day ahead of us. So you can see kind of in the top right portion of your screen, right under the scores there is a sweep down on lane 40. I do believe they are working on that pair. Hopefully they can get that corrected so it'll still be in use. And that finishes out there. Tatum Lee 164 finishes game number 1 for us. Jim says in the chat room, what pattern are they using? They're bowling on the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. A little over 32 mils of oil and a ratio of 2.74 to 1. If you go to ndbowling.com on Facebook, scroll down, and I do believe we have a post there with the lane graph. Tomorrow we will be bowling on a 44-foot pattern for the doubles event. NDBowlTV will not be covering that one, but you can pay attention to our Facebook page for updates from that tournament as far as scores go. And then, as always, next week we will have a complete recap from the weekend. And Jim, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everyone who has taken the time out of their day to tune in, keep us company here, or keep me company, I should say. I am flying solo in the booth today, but I'll be bowling the doubles event tomorrow. As we mentioned earlier, we have Jesse Wilson, Lonnie Thielbar, Joel Yalley, Taylor Wallstrom, and Ryan Selk. Joel out of the Fargo area, as is Ryan Selk and Lonnie Thielbar. I'm not sure where Jesse Wilson is from, but good to see him out here bowling today. Taylor Wallstrom from my neck of the woods up in Minot. Again, I see a lot of head scratching so far. Something is tricking these players. Be interesting to see how this pattern breaks down as the day goes on. I do see a few players quite a bit left already. Shot there for Taylor Wallstrom, throwing an absolute power. Ball has been a favorite of mine in the Storm lineup the last year or so. Good shot there for Lonnie Thielbar. who we call slots. Joel Galley here throwing a 900 Global Reality. Oh, looked pretty nice. So perhaps a little more consistency in the pattern as it breaks down just a little bit. Jesse Wilson throwing a Sublime. Looks like it might have a little bit of polish on it. Ryan Selk, high 4-pin. I think he got that one a little left of where he wanted to. Do have a question for all of you in chat. Let us know what your favorite Storm, Roto, or 900 Global ball is, past or present. I want to know. What is your favorite SPI ball? Maybe? Oh. Well, a good start here for Taylor Wallstrom and Joel Galley. Early double on this pattern looks to be a very good start. As the pair to the right, out of the 5 guys bowling, there's only 2 strikes through 3 frames. Jonathan says his favorite ball is the Zen. That is a very popular ball for a lot of people. I did not see as good of a ball reaction as everyone else has with that one. For whatever reason, I saw a lot of early hook, as the Zen line does have a pretty big core. Summit Ascent, that is a very good ball at the moment. I do have one of those in my bag as well. As the Summit Ascent, they changed the cover on it and went to R2S Deep. Solid cover to kind of tame down that cover to go along with the core. The original Thunder or Bolt by Storm, I do agree, those were pretty good. One of my favorite Storm balls of all time is the Victory Road, the Pearl. I did match up well with the Thunder series as well way back when I was in high school. Jacob, where's Jesse from? In chat, he says he's the best bowler here. Where is Jesse Wilson from? I'm curious. It's the first time I've seen him out bowling. A tournament that we are covering at the moment. Good to see him out here. Another good shot by Taylor, winner of the NDBowlTV Masters last season, where he took that entry to the USBC Masters and turned it into a cashing effort out there in Vegas. Jacob says Jesse is from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Very nice. Do appreciate him making the drive down here. I feel like I've bowled with Jesse before, and I think it was up in Manitoba at the Manitoba Open, possibly last season. And that tournament will be held, I believe it's the second weekend in January this year, up at Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg. They have shifts on Friday night, Saturday. Cut to the top, however many, based on entries, and then match play on Sunday. Stu Craig, thank you for tuning in. Virtual Energy Blackout. Also a great ball in the Storm line. And one of my favorites the last couple of years, or the last year or so. It just came out last year. And if you're just joining us, we're bowling on the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern, game 2 of 9. Early on, there's a lot of head scratching going on. Players are trying to fish for a ball reaction that'll match up well on this. Looks like the tournament is going from roughly 23 through 48 here at Midway Lanes in Mandan, a 52-lane center, the biggest center here in North Dakota. Again, this is our first time live streaming here from Midway Lanes. Shout out to Brian and the staff for letting us come in here and cover the event. Shot there for Ryan. And a four-bagger for Taylor. You throw up four-bagger on this right now, you're gaining on the field. Not very many big scores. Looking around, Josh Craig, spare double, spare strike. So a decent start to that game for him. Mike Neibauer has a clean game through 5. Jeremiah Smith, 5 spares going, entering frame 6. You can see him there, lane 34, and washout. And if you have any questions in regards to Storm, Roto, 900 Global Equipment, the tournament, or NDBowling.com in general, please head into the chat room. Or you can send us a message on Facebook on the NDBowling.com Facebook page. you can email me at darren@ndbowling.com. I'll answer any questions you may have. Question in the chat room, why are about 90% of the ball releases ASIMs now? Is there a thought behind that? I'm under the impression that a lot of the ball manufacturers kind of go in spurts, whereas you're going to get a lot of solid balls all at once. You're going to get a lot of symmetricals. You're going to get a lot of pearls. You're going to get a lot of... And it just so happens that, especially in the Storm line, there have been a good amount of ASIMs coming out at the moment, especially with the new Ion Pro and the Ion Max. So they're very popular in the Storm line as they are trying to remake the benchmark ball, but in ASIM form, which is something we don't normally see. But as I am not a ball manufacturer, maybe there is a different reason as to why ball companies are going with so many ASIMs at the moment. I do know Storm, or SPI in general, has just announced 3 new bowling balls coming out this month. The Road Warrior, which is a pearl. I believe it's just like a high road pearl, but in upgraded cover stock. Pearl version of the Road. And then the Origin coming out. That is a 900 global ball, a brand new line for that company. And then you got the Attention Star S2, which is the hybrid version of the ever popular Attention Star, which was a pearl ASIM. So definitely a good mix for SPI coming out with new equipment. I know the Sublime Focus was another very popular ball that just got released here not that long ago. Question or the statement in the chat, the S2 has the most intrigued out of those. I would agree. I did find that the Attention Star was a bit more forward for me than most pearl ASIMs that I have thrown so far. And perhaps maybe a little too late for me. I've always thought of maybe adding a touch of surface, taking the polish off the Attention Star to get that one to start up a little bit sooner for me. And I think the S2 being that hybrid cover is going to be just that. It says the Origin looks a little speed dominant, or for a speed dominant player may turn too sideways for me. Yeah, that is possible. Perhaps a touch of surface could help calm the back end reaction down for you. Yeah, just looking here, the Attention Star S2 coming out at a 200 grit Abralon. hybrid cover with that AI core. Which that could be pretty nice. And you can find out information on all these bowling balls by going to stormbowling.com. Looks like the Origin will have the AI core in it as well, along with that brand new Power Edge finish. They put that Power Edge finish on the brand new Phase AI. Hearing a lot of good things about that. The Origin is a hybrid reactive ASIM core. Looks like a pretty big ASIM core, so definitely see a good ball reaction out of that one. Oh, Ryan Selk up here in the 7th, looking for a rare 4-bagger. Good game going by Taylor Wallstrom. Jesse Wilson after the early double has a few spares. Yeah, I know there's mention of Ryan Barnes in the chat room. What's everyone's thought on the PBA schedule? They just came out with the PBA schedule not that long ago. At least the Fox TV schedule, and then they followed that up with the PBA schedule. I believe the World Series is returning to the National Bowling Stadium in Reno. The Masters will be the end of March, I believe, in Detroit. They will kick off the PBA Tour schedule in late January out in Delaware. Well, Taylor Wallstrom up here, frame 7. Still throwing that absolute power. That one looks left. Well, fortunate to leave the 3-6-10. Or unfortunate, depending on who you are. That is not a very good spare for me. I tend to miss it every which way possible. Just looking around so far, Mike Larson going for a 4-bagger on lane 40. Throws it wide, gets a 7 count, but he's still got potential for 2-teen left. Good spare there for Taylor. Looking left, Mike Neibauer's got a 4-bagger going into the 9th. Still has 259 possible, so a good game there. Kelly Kuntz has a chance at a 4-bagger on lane 33. And he throws that one wide. I guess we need to quit calling out strikes at the moment, because every time we do, they miss the head pin. Feel like we will get a scoring update after game number 2. And when we do, we will provide probably the top 10 scores at the moment. With 70 to 75 bowlers here, I do believe they'll be paying 15 or so spots, but 15 to 18 we will see. I don't know the official payout here today. And then again, the top 5 will be in the Stepladder finals later this evening, following game number 9. And again, this is our first time here at Midway Lanes. 52-lane center, the largest bowling center in North Dakota. They do have Fatsa Mazzaroni Pizzeria down by lane 1, along with the Spare Time Arcade. Behind us here is the Kingpin Lounge. Great facility, great staff.
We always know it's the grandkids. It's never the kids, it's the grandkids. This became way more popular when I had kids.
And game 2 has entered the 9th frame. Good shot there for Joel. Ryan Selk stepping up here, still has 230 possible. Around 158 for Jeremiah Smith. Thomas Wolf still has 199 possible with the 10th to go. 202, Mike Larson. John Breckel, 179. Jamie Craig, 175. Josh Craig entering the 10th, still has 220 left. Just some scores from around our featured pair. Kelly Coons has 210 left. She still has 220 left if he strikes here in lane 34. Blake Wallstrom up on in the 8th frame, working on a 3-bagger. He will be featured on our featured pair next, along with Jamie Evanson, Chris Charles, and Mike Larson will be the 4 on our featured pair in game 3. And I will say we are set up pretty close to the bowlers. We're on the back counter here right behind the bowling settee area. So if you do see a camera shake or move a little bit, don't be surprised. Sometimes following a game or frame, these bowlers aren't exactly in the best mood, which is understandable. I've been there. Oh, nice double there for Joel following a ball change. Still has 211 left. Thomas Wolf, 4-9 in the 10th frame. He had 209 game 1. And unless he picks this one up here, he's going to be in the 160s. Well, like we said earlier, 9 games. Opportunity for a bad game if it does pop up, and that's going to be the case for Thomas here, 167. He's at 24 under after 2. Looking to the left, Jeremiah Smith, 158, 322 after 2. Kelly Coons, 213, 416 after 2. Michael Neibauer, 228, 415 after 2. Ryan Selk had 223 game 1. He's going to be in the 200s here in game 2. Jesse Wilson, 199. He's got 196 left, so he'll be in pretty good shape. Taylor Wallstrom, after a couple opens, still has 211 left, following a 171 start. And Ryan fortunate to pick that one up. I thought that was going to chop. Oh, good spot for that, Ryan. He'll finish out at 213, 436 after 2. Gotta think that is one of the top scorers in the building at the moment. Chris Charles, 382 after 2. Mike Larson, 386. Josh Craig, 402. Jaden Roller, 348.
Right there.
All right, well, following a good start for Taylor, he's going to end up with 2-0 this game. 157 for Slots, as we know him. Joel Galley still's got the 211 left. We'll see if he can finish that one off. Looks like a phase 2 for Joel Galley there. Does get the fortunate break on the Brooklyn. And that'll put him in the 2-0s. Strike for 211. Sends that one wide, and that'll complete game number 2, 208 for Joel Galley. And gives us an opportunity to say thank you to the folks here at Midway Lanes, host center here this weekend, along with Fatsa Mazzaroni Pizzeria down by Lane 1. And again, a big thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. You're watching NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Cini, flying solo in the booth. And to further prove that, here I am. How's everyone doing? Hope you all are having a great day here, Saturday. It's nice outside, but I think they're calling for rain. That's better than snow. Am I right? Moving on into game number 3. Who we have coming in? Blake Wallstrom, Jamie Evenson, Mike Larson, and Chris Charles. It's quite the cross there for them, as those are doubles partners for tomorrow. Chris Charles and Mike Larson, that is. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the State Scratch Singles Tournament. 9 games, followed by a 5-person stepladder final. Tomorrow is State Doubles. We will not be live streaming that one, as I will be bowling the event with my good friend Matt Smallin, bowling on 37 and 38, just to our right. Tomorrow we will be bowling on a 44-foot pattern. Today it's on a 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. Well, now that we got the storm question out of the way for everyone in chat, what's your favorite bowling ball of all time? Any company, let me know. What's your favorite bowling ball, past or present? Doesn't matter what company it is. Obviously, we are partial to the Storm family of brands. But I want to know, favorite ball all time. And the rate at which they release them these days, it's quite a few options. As we are waiting for the folks on 31 and 32 to finish up their final frame before the scores will move over here to 35, 36, and then we'll be underway. Favorite of all time, the only ball I've had 300 with is the Ebonite Apex. Very nice. As many of you know, over the years, we were with Ebonite for 9 years. Ebonite, and then eventually the Brunswick family of brands following that acquisition a few years ago. I know when we were with them, one of my favorites that I threw, the real one was really good, and the Web Tour Hybrid were a couple of my absolute favorites over those years when we were sponsored by Ebonite and the Brunswick brands. Just started bowling. First current ball, raw hammer is going to be your favorite. The Road Warrior next. That is a good place to start, because I do believe the Road Warrior will be a good one. A pearl benchmark ball, in a sense. Yeah, kicking us off in game number 3. Blake Wallstrom, nice strike there. He's coming in at 430 after 2. Good start for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic champion back in 2020. Jamie Evenson comes in 256 after 2. Chris Charles 382. Mike Larson 386. So that is where our featured pair stands. Now with 4 on this pair, they might get done quick, and then we might have a little bit of a delay before the next group does come in. And if we're looking ahead in game number 4, we will have Country, Ryan Krabenoft, the proprietor here at Midway Lanes, Brian Gehring, Pat Kinsler, Ron Morlock and Josh Arneson. So if you are looking for a particular bowler, those bowlers will be up in game number 4. I believe with the way the rotation is going, skipping a pair, we are going to end up seeing some of the same bowlers towards the end of our day, and we are going to essentially miss half the field. But I could be wrong. If we have an odd number of pairs in play, that could change. But it would only make sense if left, left, right, right, we're going to see the same players eventually. Oh, in the chat room, what do we got? Right now, the ball in the arsenal is the Summit Ascent, Hammer Effect, Radical Conspiracy with the HK22, Hammer Obsession Tour, Phase 5, and the Black Venom. Not bad. I did throw the Hammer Obsession Tour back when we were with them, and I thought that was a really good piece. Phase 5 is a good one as well. A lot of people like the Hammer Effect. I believe they're coming out with the Hammer Effect Tour, which is probably the same thing, but with a lower differential, more of a control ball, as most of the Tour balls are when they call them that. But again, don't quote me on that, as I am not as up to speed on the other company's equipment anymore, aside from the Storm family of brands. Currently in my bag, what did I bring this weekend for the doubles tournament? We're throwing on 44 feet tomorrow. I brought the Harsh Reality Pearl. Gotta have a Phase 2, gotta have an IQ Tour. I brought a Summit Ascent. What else did I bring? I brought the Phase AI, the Summit Peak, and the Vibo, I think, are my 8, along with a spare ball. Slight step up from the Obsession, slight step down from the Envy. I would agree with that. Yeah, the Envy series has been pretty good for Hammer, as well as the Obsession line before that. Question from Andy. Thank you for tuning in. How's the Wolfman doing? Well, Thomas Wolf is the pair to our left. He's at 376 after 2. And he's got spare, double spare to start game number 3. Again, we don't have a score sheet yet, but I do expect a game 2 or 3 score sheet at some point. Frame 3 for Blake, doesn't like it, and for good reason, I guess. Missed that one right and paid maximum penalty. Looks like over here on 39 and 40, I do remember them having slight issues with that pair this morning during the Kids League, and it looks like that pair is been turned off. So they are moving down to 21 and 22. So now anyone that hits 39 and 40 will have to go down to 21 and 22. The unfortunate reality with bowling machines is sometimes the fix is inoperable at the moment or cannot get done in time. And thankfully here at Midway Lanes there are 52 lanes. They do have a couple breakdown pairs on either side of the tournament today. Appreciate everyone tuning in today. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing as we make our way to 3,000 subscribers this season. Also hit the thumbs up button. That does help us quite a bit with the whole YouTube algorithm thing. The more you guys hit the thumbs up button, the more people are likely to see our stream. we will be live for the duration today. All 9 games followed with a Stepladder final. Doing a quick check, we have 2,251 subscribers. So thank you to everyone who has subscribed today. It is free to do so. Make sure you turn on notifications so you know when we go live. And another question for those of you in the chat, aside from live streams, what kind of content would you like to see on our YouTube page? That has been the long-standing question for everyone here at NDBowlTV, is more content, as we only do about 7 or 8 shows each season. So I would like to get more content out to our YouTube page. So for those of you watching, what other kind of content would you be interested in? Whether it be ball reviews, vlogs, a lot of different options. I would like some input on that. And if you have any ideas you don't want to put them in the chat room, please shoot me an email. Darren@ndbowling.com. That's Darren, D-A-R-E-N, at ndbowling.com. Andy wants slips, trips, and falls bloopers. Well, that would take a long time to sift through a lot of live stream footage. There was a video out there where I did memorable moments where we took a lot of the good calls in ndbowling.com history and some slips, some bloopers, if you will, and there wasn't the best feedback on that video. So that video is currently hidden at the moment. I wouldn't say it was negative feedback, but not a lot of people watched it, so to speak. So again, we're looking for new ways to create content here on our YouTube channel. So that's a little more than just the live streams that everyone enjoys. A dog running down the lane, yes, that did happen. At the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout almost 2 years ago now. Middle of the championship match, a dog came running through the settee and out onto the lanes. You can find that video on ndbowling.com. On our YouTube page, just click on videos. I believe myself and Blake Wallstrom were on the call. And all I remember saying is, we have a dog. Now in the chat room, gotta have ball and equipment reviews. Don't see many reviews on bags, accessories, and equipment on YouTube. Maybe league vlogs too, some tutorial. Very nice. I do appreciate that. Good feedback, good options there. Good look at Mike Larson here. Good bowler out of the Fargo-Moorhead area, as is Chris Charles. Jamie Evenson and Blake Wallstrom, I believe, are from here in Bismarck. Still consider Blake from Minot, though, even though he just recently moved to Bismarck. And we're in the middle of game number 3 of 9. So about 3:45 already, so you're going to be here pretty late tonight following the Stepladder finals. I do appreciate y'all sticking with us, keeping me company in the chat room. I'm Darren Sweeney with NDBowling.com, flying solo. I would like to think we'll have a couple bowlers join us for the Stepladder finals, help call the action here this evening. Depending on who makes the show and who doesn't. say Blake needs to get it closer to 10. I would agree with you. Perhaps the couple shots there were errant shots, much like that one for Chris. Did not like it. Fortunate to get 8. And leave him something makeable, which I believe is half the battle. Finding a ball and matching up with the pattern that not only strikes, but leaves you something makeable when you do miss. That is something I will tell people for advice, those of you getting into bowling, is while you're looking for a reaction, I know everyone likes to see strikes and all 10 in the pit, but finding a ball reaction that not only strikes but leaves you something makeable when you miss will go a long way in tournaments like this. As with the scores are not necessarily out of this world at the moment. Spares do come into play as being very important. How many bowlers here today? There are roughly 70 to 75. I don't know the official count. As some pairs have 4, some pairs have 5. I believe there are 13 or 14 pairs in play. So I guess do the math on that one. Perhaps I'm a little off with my count, but last I checked there was like 70 to 75 on the list. Maybe there's only 60 to 70 that made the trip today. And I would agree with you in the chat. Need more of a rounded, even shape, less boomerang. I do agree with that. I believe that if you're coming out to bowl one of these events on a pattern that is not a house shot, my advice is to read the lane front to back. See where your ball starts to slow down, where your ball gets into a roll, cover less boards. When you're bowling league, I like to read the lanes left to right. And that's much in part due to the fact that a lot of house shots tend to cliff. And if you get your ball out to the dry a little too soon, it hooks through the nose. If you miss left, it tends to hydroplane and it never sees the lane. So on house shots, they're a little bit different than sport shots. I like bowling on sport shots, fun and challenging and sometimes frustrating. That is 100% true. I think that would go for bowling in general, if you ask me. It's one of those sports that you can walk away from a tournament saying you're going to sell your stuff and never bowl again, and then 2 days later, hey, it's league night, let's go bowling. Much like golf, all it takes is that one shot to make you want to come back and give it another shot. Just taking a little look around at scores so far. Jeremiah Smith still has 2:30 to go. Tristan Olsen to the pair to the right has 2:40 left. So a good game for him. Looking left, Rodney Holm has 2:38 left going into the 10th. Thomas Wolf still has to bowl the 9th and the 10th, but he's got 2:29 remaining if he strikes out. Mike Larson, a good 3-bagger right in front of us here. Another decent game going for Ryan Selk. We saw him on our last game. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I do appreciate everyone coming into the chat room and keeping me company. And game number 3. 3 of 9. Another question for all of you in the chat is, what are your favorite formats, tournament formats? We bowl on a lot of different ones every year, whether it's a so many qualifying games followed by a match play, or do you like more of a bracket play? Do you like pins carried over? Let me know. Double Nickel TV, thank you for tuning in. Just getting back into it, 14 years away. If I tried to bowl 9 games, I'd have to wear a life alert around my neck. Yeah, I feel that way some days too. I don't blame you. I ended up bowling the tournament out in Williston a few weeks ago, followed by the NDBowlTV Masters up at North Hill Bowl. I ended up bowling and making the cut in both of them. And I think I had 40 or 50 games over the course of 2 weeks, and tell you what, the body didn't feel very good. 9-game tourney, you don't have those much around here. Where are you from? I'm curious, because we have a lot of 8 and 9-game qualifiers up here, followed by a stepladder match play, stepladder final combination the next day. A lot of 2-day events here in North Dakota. A lot of fun tournaments around here. I love the bowling community in North Dakota. I love the tournament scene, and then in the summer everyone just takes a big break from bowling and gets outside because the weather's nice and it's not 40 below and snowing. You're from Pittsburgh. Very nice. You're talking to a Steelers, Pirates, Penguins fan here. As we don't have any pro teams in North Dakota, but I sure love Pittsburgh. I visited there 2017. Got to see a couple Pirates games. Went out to Permane Brothers, had a really good time. Good to see you checking in from Pennsylvania. Looks like Larson has a very good line right now. Yeah, that's one guy where when he starts striking, he can strike a lot. I've known Mike for several years. He is a Hall of Famer here in North Dakota. Very good player. Yeah, Pittsburgh's a great city. And that brings me to another thing. If you're joining us today, let us know where you're tuning in from. I always like to know where everyone has found us and where you're tuning in from. It's always a fun thing to know. Appreciate you tuning in to NDBowlTV. Another nice shot there for Mike. A little high, but still splits the 8-9. For a rare 5-bagger, and he's got a chance at 226. Tuning in from Malaysia. Thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate that. Sunday morning there. Well, I hope you had a good Saturday, and I hope your Sunday goes well. Tuning in from Omaha. Very nice. Good shot there for Mike. So Mike's into the 220s. This will get him back to plus. He is currently throwing a Zen, believe it or not. I know somebody in the chat room mentioned that was one of their favorite balls, and I definitely is one I've seen Mike Larson strike a lot with. Another nice shot. His game is so simple. Give me a little action there. You know, I like to tell the story of the first time I ever met Mike is when I went to college in Fargo. A lot of the bowlers down there, they're like, you got to check out Mike Larson. He's such a good bowler. He's the taller guy, the guy that looks like he's ripped down there on like 19 and 20. And I was like, all right, let's go watch him. And I'm like, this guy's tall. He looks like a football player. He probably throws it extremely hard with a million revs, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. The guy has such a simple game, and he's such in control of the bowling ball, and it's insane how good he can get when he gets lined up, and that was a good game there, and that shows that. Yeah, definitely a finesse game. Chris Charles here. I do believe I'll be bowling the state team event with him and a few others here in a month down at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. Again, if you're just joining us, feel free to head on over to NDBowling.com. Click on the upcoming events tab where you can find tournaments all over our state and region. We have tournaments listed on there, and of course in North Dakota, some in Minnesota, the Manitoba Open up in Winnipeg, another great event run by a great staff. One of the biggest tournaments of the year for us is the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout in Minot, the end of January. That tournament attracts bowlers from all over the upper Midwest. So check those out. Now, watching from Germany, again, I appreciate it, especially all of you folks overseas who are watching at likely either late or early hours of the day. Appreciate you tuning in. And if anyone's interested, go to ndbowling.com. You can find, like I said, upcoming events. We do complete recaps of all these events that we live stream. There is a rankings tab where we award points at 9 different scratch events throughout the year, and the high point total at the end of the year is named ndbowling.com Player of the Year. Fun little thing that we like to do at ndbowling.com, and you will also see a link on a lot of those pages to the shop where you can find NDBowlTV merch right there. So go check it out if you would like to buy any NDBowlTV and ndbowling.com merchandise. We do have a shop available. A portion of all sales do go to support us here at ndbowling.com. We also have a donation button available at ndbowling.com. If you're on mobile, just scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see it. And if you're on desktop, you'll find it on the right-hand side of your page. It is a secure PayPal link. Again, not required, but definitely appreciated. We are entering game number 4 here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. The Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles event. We have a little bit of a break here as the folks on 31 and 32 are just finishing up their 8th frame. So it'll be a little bit before we have bowlers in front of us. So if there's a opportunity for you to go freshen up your drink, grab a bite to eat, now's a good time to do it. And if you're watching and would like your tournament on NDBowlTV, don't be afraid to contact me. We do offer free quotes, and we will travel and feature your bowling tournament right here on the High Plains Bowling Network. We do a monthly newsletter on ndbowling.com as well. A lot of different options to stay informed of all the events going on here in North Dakota and the surrounding areas. A lot of great bowling coming up ahead here this season. Oh, the pair to our right, you can see right there, Cairo Scott, Tyler Meyer, Mike Green, and Quentin Zaist, I believe. Mike Green at 5:39 after 2, Quentin 4:43 after 3, excuse me. Cairo Scott 5:60 and Tyler Meyer 5:37. The pair to our left, which is underway, is Dawson Unrath at 517 after 3, Travis Price 553, Ty Boswell 422, Tristan Olson 507, and Matt Smolin at 544. Those are scores after 3. Again, we don't have a current standing at the moment for the tournament. I do expect the folks here at Midway Lanes to provide a scoring update perhaps after 3. You can see there on the screen who the bowlers coming in will be. Again, we are going to have to wait for the group that had to move down to 21 and 22. As 39 and 40 did have a breakdown. You can see that on the far right portion of the screen. That pair is dark as they are done using that one for the day. So all bowlers that must rotate to that pair will end up going down to 21 and 22, and then we'll continue on with the rotation as follows. And do apologize for the brief delay as we are just waiting for the next group to make their way to our featured pair. As you see there, that is Brian Gehring, proprietor here at Midway Lanes. Big thank you to him for always supporting us here at NDBowling.com and for letting us cover the event. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing to NDBowlTV. We got quite a few tournaments and live streams coming up the rest of the season. For those of you watching, are you heading to the USBC Open Championships this season? Or perhaps the Women's Championships? The Open Championships being held in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I believe the women are headed to Vegas. Let us know if you are going and when you are going. TeamNDBowling.com will be down in Baton Rouge. I believe it's April 22nd and 23rd. Do not quote me on that. It could be the 21st and 22nd. I need to look. Let's go to April. It is the 22nd and 23rd is when NDBowling.com, TeamNDBowling.com will take the lanes down there at the Raising Cane's River Center in Baton Rouge. And if you're just joining us, the pair to the right. This is a bowl game, skip a pair left or right, depending on what lane you're on. And the pair that feeds this one, 39 and 40, did have a breakdown, so those bowlers have to go down to 21 and 22. And then when they complete their game, they're back on the rotation and will be on the pair in front of us. I can see 31 and 32, they are just now finishing up the 10th frame, so they will be making their way over here to our featured pair shortly. Looking down, I see a 209 from Josh Arneson, 189 from Ron Morlock. Those two will be right in front of us here momentarily. Looks like two with that strike there for Joel Galley, 220s for him, 207 Taylor Wallstrom, 235 for Ryan Selk. Ryan keeps it going. And as you can see, the pattern is transitioning a little bit here. Starting to open up a little bit for these players. Lucas, I don't have a clear shot of what your dad is doing. He started left of our featured pair and moved left, so I do not know how he is. He is currently down on, looks like 47 and 48. So according to the rotation, we should see him roughly game 7 or 8. Looks like the scores have transferred over, so we should have bowling right in front of us here pretty soon. Again, once I get a scoring update, I'm hoping we get one after 3. I will update everyone on the top 10 and anyone you would like to know the score for. First look here at Ryan Krabanoff, who we know as Country. Good to see him out here. We haven't seen him bowl much this year as he had, I believe, another operation on his knee. But good to see him back and in the bowling center. Country is also a great supporter of what we do here at NDBowling.com, and I do appreciate everything he and Brian Gehring have done for us. It is greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. First look there at Brian Gehring throwing what appears to be a harsh reality pearl. He's at 598 after 3. Ryan Krabanoff, 544. Pat Kinsler, 514. Ron Morlock, 625. Josh Arneson, 595. So all these players still in pretty good shape. Ron Morlock bowling pretty well at 625, the only guy plus on our featured pair. And looking around, just these 6 lanes right in front of us, he's the only guy plus. So I'm really curious to see that first scoring update when it comes out to kind of see what the scoring pace is. And Lucas, I hope everything's going well in college. Hopefully you and the team at St. Ambrose are killing it out there in Iowa and beyond. First look at Josh Arneson. Looks like he's playing the middle portion of the lane. Not too uncommon at this point in a tournament. A lot of the players have started to find hold room by going left. Pattern has stretched out a little bit, allowing many people to do that. Update the graphic here because we are officially in game number 4. Again, most of these players will be back tomorrow for the State Scratch Doubles event, including myself. I will be bowling that event tomorrow, so we will not be live streaming. But you can head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page. Just search NDBowling.com on Facebook, hit the like button, and we will have all of our scoring updates being posted there. And then, of course, we will do a complete recap of both of these events sometime next week, which you can read on NDBowling.com, and we will post those articles on our Facebook page as well. If you haven't already, please give our live stream a share on social media. Hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe if you haven't already. All of that does help us quite a bit. And it is free to do so. Another hot topic in the bowling world here in North Dakota is the string pin setter. topic, as one of our major centers in North Dakota is currently in the process of changing over to string pin setters. If you've had experience bowling on those, let me know in the chat room what you think of them. And now I would like to clarify the certified version of them. I know there are a lot of videos out there from the very first models of string pin setters where the strings took everything out. The certified versions are much better. I would like to know your thoughts in general, as I do believe a lot of the bowling centers in North Dakota will ultimately be heading that way, as a shortage of bowling machine mechanics. It's kind of caused a lot of proprietors to struggle keeping the machines in top shape, as it is a understandable problem that a lot of bowling centers nationwide, actually probably worldwide, have started to face, as a lot of skilled people in the machine industry, in the mechanical industry, could probably make a lot more money somewhere else. So it is hard to find people to work on lane machines. And from what I understand, the string pin setters are much easier to maintain, to fix, etc. So again, let me know. I say no houses here have them so far, and that's in the Pittsburgh area. That is a surprise, but at the same time, here in North Dakota, our first major center anyways. I know there is a couple centers in Fargo that have had them or are in process of putting them in as well. So it's an ongoing thing. We will be in Williston in March for one of the tournaments we have listed on our website to bowl on their new string pin setters at that time. I will be curious to bowl on them because I have not bowled on them yet, so will definitely be different from what I know. A lot less pin action, it seems. So probably a premium put on shot making in a way that you must be a little more flush in the pocket. The light hits may not carry out as well as they do on free fall pin setters. So you'd like to find one? Yeah, like I said, I'm curious, and I'm in the camp where if it helps the game of bowling out, if it progresses the game of bowling, helps proprietors not only make money but build their bowling following and get more people into the bowling center, I am 100% for it. Every sport has to evolve, and this is one of those things that I think people should embrace. I could see this center going to string pins as well here at Midway Lanes. Not sure when it will happen, but I think it's one of those things that a lot of proprietors are going to invest in, not only for the efficiencies, but it saves money with not really needing a mechanic, from what I understand. The fixes are basic. The technology involved in them are advanced enough to tell you exactly how to fix them if they break down. And then from what I understand too, there's software involved to where the proprietors or anyone that is on the account can see how many tangles on a particular lane, how many breakdowns, to help understand how your center is doing, even if you're not there. So a lot of advantages. But again, the traditional game of free fall pin setters, I can understand where some people out there just like it how it is. And I do agree. There's no wrong answer here. But again, if you do have a thought on string pin setters, let us know in the chat. And just looking at our featured pair here, Josh Arneson, Brian Krabanoff, both out of the, I believe, the Fargo-Moorhead area. Brian Gehring mentioned that he is the proprietor here at Midway Lanes. And then Ron Morlock out of Jamestown. He is a fellow accountant, as that is what I do in my, well, I guess you could call it not my free time, but my real job. Believe it or not, I don't do this for a living, but I do enjoy bringing bowling into the houses of many people, so thank you for tuning in. And I am not sure where Pat Kinsler's is from, but nice seeing him out here bowling. Nice shot there, throwing a Storm Summit. Nice shot there for Josh. Should get him going in this game. Only sitting at 5 under. Got to think he's close to that cash number, if not comfortably within it at the moment. Still expecting a score sheet momentarily, I would hope. See Brian there trying to make sure that one went to the right and still crossed over. Fortunate to leave just the 9 pin. But a decent game going early on for him. Oh, looking around, looks like the pair to the right of your screen. Mike Green finishes up 167 as 7:06 after 4. Quentin Zaist has 150 left on the board. Tyler Meyer, 166. Cairo Scott, 176. So a little bit of a rough go on the pair to the right. Over left, Matt Smallin still has 193 left. He's got the 10th to go. Tristan Olson struggling this game. Dawson Unrath has 207 remaining. Has the 10th to go. And Travis Price, 183 left on the board. So still lower than what I expected for scores. Looking around, naturally there are a few players that are hitting them pretty good. But for the most part, a lot of the scores are around that 560 to 590 range. If I were to pick a common score through 3 games so far, I would put it there as being middle of the pack. If you are plus right now, you are definitely in the top 10 to 15, I would think. This will be our final show for the calendar year 2024. And then we will be off and running in January right away. First weekend in January will be the 10-game marathon up in Minot. I believe, I haven't seen an official poster, but I have heard that that is the weekend of the 10-game marathon. NDBowlTV will be there. Let me look at the calendar here. I would believe it would be January 5th, Sunday the 5th. Will be our next show live from North Hill Bowl in Minot. And then we will be back in Minot 3 weeks after that for what I consider our biggest show of the year. The Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. A tournament that attracts bowlers from all over. I've seen bowlers from Iowa, Colorado, Nebraska, even some come up from Louisiana, Florida. It's a very big tournament, one of the biggest tournaments we have up here. So please tune in for that one. And then, of course, our flagship event, the NDBowling.com Classic, being held at Sunset Lanes the first weekend in March. NDBowlTV will be there for the finals that Sunday. So tune in. Please hit the notification button on your YouTube player. Stay up to date on everything NDBowlTV. Game 4 here at the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles event at Midway Lanes in Mandan, North Dakota, part of the Bismarck Metro. 52-lane center here in Mandan, the biggest bowling center in the state. And we do have a scoring update for those of you who have waited patiently. Here we go. We are going to go through the top 10 following a Game 3 scoring update. Leading the way, Ryan Selk, 671. In second, Darren Sundstrom, 660. In third, Kelly Kuntz at 626. In fourth, right in front of us here, Ron Morlock at 625. In fifth, Mike Larson at 612. In sixth, Travis Hersrud at 604. Seventh, Joel Galley at 603. Eighth, Brian Gehring at 598. Ninth, Ryan Engel at 596. And a tie for 10th, John Breckel and Josh Arneson at 595. That rounds out your top 10 here at the State Scratch Singles Tournament. If there's a player you would like to know where they're standing at the moment, head on into the chat room, let us know, send me a message on Facebook if you're not part of the chat room, and I will let you know. Question regarding Matt Smallin, he is at 544 in 36th after 3. Again, we're cutting the top 5 to a Stepladder Finals. I do not know the official payout cutoff, but once I figure that out, I will let you know. The actual total for today, 61 bowlers. We had roughly 70 to 75 on the list, but as I think happens with every bowling tournament, a few decided not to make the trip, or perhaps will be coming to bowl the doubles tournament tomorrow. We will see. But that is a Game 3 scoring update, so if there's anyone out there who you want to know how they were doing after 3, please let me know in the chat room, and I'll let you know where they're at. So currently only 7 players are plus through 3 games. I'd have to say that is a surprise to me. I actually thought the scores would be a touch higher. Avery Wilson wants to know what place is Jesse Wilson in. Jesse is currently in 15th at 587, so Jesse's in pretty good shape. Ryan Selk and Darren Sundstrom are pretty much clear of a lot of people, but looking over here, Darren Sundstrom just had a 176. So he will be dropping a few pins, but should still maintain that position in the top 5. Ryan Selk has moved out of our view, so I don't know where he's at the moment. Again, right in front of us here, Ron Morlock, Brian Gehring, Josh Arneson, all part of that top 10. Look like they have decent games going on. Now let's just look around at some of the notable players on the list here. Josh Craig, 593 in 12th. Mike Neibauer, we saw him at the NDBowlTV Masters here on NDBowlTV in 19th at 576. Blake Wallstrom, past KFYR TV Bowling Classic champion in 25th at 564. Randy Peterson, North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer, 560 after 3 in 28th. Wade Scott, former Manitoba Open champion in 29th at 560. Moving on down the list, Mike Green, winner of the 2017 KFYR TV Bowling Classic. He's in 37th at 539. Dawson Unrath, two-time winner up in Williston. He's in 43rd at 517, so a little bit of a struggle for him. Also a winner here at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic here in Mandan, Jeremiah Smith, in 46th at 513. So some notable players. But again, with 61 here, it's a lot of players I probably missed. So again, if you want to know how someone is doing, please let me know. Avery Wilson said, what place is Aaron Craig? I believe is another bowler from up north in Canada making the trip down. Aaron is in 18th at 577 after 3. Daisy, thank you for tuning in. Nathan Smith, who you see right there throwing a shot on 37. He is currently in, let's look, in 13th. He's got 817 up on the board through 4. And on my sheet, he had 590. So he had a pretty good game there in game 4. So I would be willing to bet he is now in the top 10 going into game number 5. Doesn't like it, still gets the spare. Ron Morlock, fortunate to get that spare too. I think he thought he missed the head pin on it, but Morlock's got a chance at 182. Brian Gehring working on a double here, has a good shot at getting himself back to plus. Big shot here in the foundation frame. Rolls up, it's good. That one just didn't see it right. It looked like it rolled out. Maybe he missed it at the bottom just a hair. It's still a decent game going. If you're just joining us, we're bowling on the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. A little over 32 mils of oil and a 2.75 to 1 ratio. Early on, a lot of these players saw over-under, which made it very difficult to find a consistent ball reaction, which I think is what has led to the lower than expected scores. How about that for a carry for Dawson Unrath on 37? Didn't like it, but got a strike anyways. Shot there for Pat Kinsler for a late three-bagger. Has a chance to save this game. Country struggling a little bit this game. As I mentioned before, he just had either he just hurt his knee or just had another operation. Not exactly sure, but he wasn't bowling in Williston or in Minot in our first couple stops a few weeks ago. This is the first time we've seen him out here this season. And that wraps up game number 4 for Ryan Krabanoff. 153 on the board, puts him at 697 after 4. Looking at the scores to the right, on our pair to the right here, got Chris Rorick at 721 after 4, Nathan Smith 817, Darren Sundstrom 836, Travis Price 714, and Dawson Unrath 703. All right, in our chat room, Jeff Craig says the 10-game marathon is going to be rebranded into the Larry Craig Memorial. Wait for the poster. All right, so stay tuned for that. But again, NDBowlTV will be there to cover the event once again. We will have that poster on ndbowling.com once we get it. Big thank you to Jeff for that information. Do you want to give a shout out to the late Larry Craig, North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer? Unfortunately, we lost him in the last year. But great guy, great champion, great bowler. Do miss seeing him around. Yeah, a good break there for Brian Gehring for a double in the 10th. That puts him in the 200s. That'll get him back to plus after a unfortunate open in the 9th. Pat Kinsler has an opportunity to shoot 200 here. 164 for Ron Morlock. Josh Arneson has to pick this up to get into the 160s. Darren Sundstrom starting out with a 3-bagger on the pair to the right. He's at 836, so in really good shape. Meanwhile, Nathan Smith, spare open. As the two players that are plus on the pair to the right. Ron Morlock was plus. Unfortunate 164 brings him down to minus 11, so still in pretty good shape. Looking to the left, Mike Green, 706 after 4. Quentin Zaist, 595. Connor Slater, 595 as well, and Clayton Reed at 687. So Clayton Reed struggling, as we have seen him bowling pretty well the last few weeks. But if we're being honest, there are quite a few bowlers out here struggling today, as this pattern has produced lower than expected scores. All right, so we'll be in the 200s for Pat Kinsler. That'll help his cause here. He came into this game at 514. Should get him into the 70 or so under. Like I said, still in good shape. If we got 60 players here, I would assume we're going to pay 12 to 15 players. And 15th right now is Jesse Wilson at 13 under, so not out of the question to make a run here for those bowlers who are in the 50 to 100 under stage at the moment. Nice shot there for Darren Sundstrom on 38, a 4-bagger to start it out. Again, he's 36 over, sitting in likely in the top 5, if not the top 2. And here we go, moving right along to game number 5. Coming on to our featured pair, Ryan Engel at 788, Corey Zimmerman at 759, Wade Scott at 745, Eric Kempel 773, and Aaron Craig at 754. Those are the bowlers on our featured pair for game 5. For those of you wondering about game 6, looks like Mark Woznicki and Chris McFarland coming in for game 6. Look at Nathan Smith, another guy that I'll probably be bowling state team with here in a few weeks down in Moorhead. Here's our first look at Ryan Engel, guy who made the show at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic last February. Really been bowling a lot of tournaments lately and having pretty good success. Good to see him out here again, sitting at 12 under in good shape. And here's our first look at Aaron Craig as well. Guy I bowled with up in Manitoba at the Manitoba Open. Good to see him down here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. Corey Zimmerman, son of North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer Barry Zimmerman. Barry, if you're out there watching, hopefully you are doing well. I miss seeing you out here on the lanes. Good break there, crossing over for a strike in frame 1. Wrap 10 there for Dawson Unrath on the pair to the right. It's been a struggle for him today, as he's 97 under after 4 and has a couple opens here through 5 already. First look at Wade Scott, past winner of the Manitoba Open. Currently sitting at 55 under. Again, in pretty good shape, though. As scores aren't anything astronomical, as we mentioned earlier. 7 players are plus after 3. And I would like to think that's probably similar after game 4 as well. Appreciate everyone tuning in and keeping me company in the chat room today, as I am flying solo in the booth, as most of the players that I end up visiting with here on NDBowlTV are currently bowling. Hopefully we will have some people join us here. All right, speaking of people, Thomas, can you hear me?
I can, sir.
How are things going for you?
They're not terrible.
They're not terrible.
2-0, 160, 2-0, 2-0, so
Okay.
nothing crazy.
And after 3, you
Like
were
16th or something. So
okay. Yeah, you're in good shape though.
Yeah.
Scores aren't out the roof by any means. What I did notice early was there was a lot of over under on this pattern. Was that what you were seeing too?
Yeah, the middles hook a bunch, and if you try to get right a little bit, they just kind of sit there. One shot, and then the next shot it'll go dead through the face. So it's kind of like you either kind of try to play fallback a little bit, or have something really slow that is really controlled to where you can kind of keep it in front of you almost to a point. So what Ryan Selk is able to do right now is honestly fun to watch. He's left with a big solid, but he's not doing anything to it, and it's just kind of doing all the work. So he's getting some good breaks too, a lot of trip fours and a couple of splits that roll out. So he's got, I think he's like 120 over after 4. So
and you and I have known Ryan his whole life, and that's what Ryan Salk does best. When he can get left with a bigger asim ball that tumbles, he's so
tough.
good.
Yeah,
he's so good.
Very tough at that point. So yeah, we got a little break in the action down there with some lane issues, so we're just kind of waiting to get caught up. So
awesome. Well, I appreciate you giving me a little bit of your time. Good luck the rest of the way. And if you don't make the final 5, hopefully you'll come in here and join me.
Yeah, I can absolutely do that. So
awesome.
Thanks for doing it again today. I mean, I know it's a long day. It's going to be a long day. I mean, we're only halfway through almost. And
right, it's 5 o'clock. And we're
so yeah, no, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for doing all this, and hopefully I'm back in here in a little while.
Awesome. Thanks, Thomas.
All right.
Thomas Wolf, everybody, winner of the NDBowlTV Masters just a couple weeks ago. Up in Minot, we do appreciate him coming in while he had a quick break. As he mentioned, there's a slight lane breakdown towards the low end of the house that caused a little bit of a delay, so I'll wait for that, but nonetheless, middle of game 5. Eric Kempel on lane 36, past champion at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic. I want to say early 2000s. Definitely a lot of talent on our featured pair here this game. A lot of talent in the building in general. Some of the best bowlers in our state and the region here today. I expect a fun tournament tomorrow in the doubles as well. So we'll be bowling on a 44-foot pattern tomorrow. Big thank you to everyone tuning in today, near and far. Haven't looked. How many do we have tuning in? Currently 92 people turning in. Big thank you. Appreciate everyone taking a minute out of their day to watch some bowling here on NDBowlTV. We are in game 5 of 9. Following the 9th game, we will do a 5-person stepladder final to determine a champion. Which will take place right here on 35 and 36. Shot there for Eric Kempel. Some decent scores early on from our featured pair. If you're just joining us, we did have a little bit of a casualty this morning as one of our capture cards decided to go out, so we are working on just the 2 cameras instead of our normal 3. The plan today was to cover 35 through 38, but unfortunately some of our equipment didn't work. It worked in all the testing I did yesterday, and it decided not to work today. It's funny how that works, but nonetheless, we are here with what we got. So come the Stepladder finals, we will not have the camera out on the lane like we normally do. So we do apologize for that, but you will find you'll be able to see the match with what we have going on currently right here. And you can definitely see there's some disconnect with the pace of play off the 2 different rotations, as the rotation that includes our featured pair along with the broken down pair of 39 and 40 is a little bit behind. They are currently in frame 5, and the pair to the right is currently in the 10th frame. Looks like Chris Rorick has the split up there on lane 38. He's got a possible 185 left, but he's got to pick this up. Dawson Unrath can strike out for 177. This is his second ball in the 10th there. Nathan Smith still has 206 left. He's got a 3-bagger going into the 10th. Darren Sundstrom has 241 left, and he's at 36 over. So a great day for Darren. Good to see. He is one of the proprietors of Sunset Lanes. Good to see him out here bowling today and bowling well. Travis Price, he's got 198 left. On the pair to our left, Mike Green he's got 115 in the 6th. Strike up in the 7th. Looks like Clayton Reed finding something now. He's got a decent game going with a double, spare, double, as he needs a couple good games to get back into it. Gerald Borhout, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate the kind words. Hopefully the golf outing went well today in rugby. That's surprising that you're still able to get around in North Dakota in the first weekend or second weekend of November. So pretty awesome. Good to see. Good to see you tuning in today. All right, Nathan Smith up now on lane 38 working. Well, he got the first one in the 10th. This is the second ball in the 10th now. Went Brooklyn, left the 6-pin. But since he got that first strike, a spare here will give him 195 and keep him in the plus category. So in pretty good shape. Like I said earlier, if you finish this game, game 5 plus for the tournament, you are sitting really good. Yeah, Wade Scott staying clean. Looks like he likes one lane, but he Still fishing on the other. Corey Zimmerman, strike 9 spare 3-bagger, looking for a 4th. Throwing a Venom Shock, it looks like. Nice shot there. Looks like he's pretty comfortable at 759. He's only 41 under. A good game here could get him to the plus category. And like we said, that's a pretty good spot to be in. Darren Sundstrom on 38. Leaves a 2-pin. So he's got 220 left to add to an already pretty good day at 36 over. Clayton Reed, a 3-bagger to the left. He's still got 268 left through 7 frames. So definitely some bigger scores coming in here in Game 5 as the pattern starts to break down and these players all out here getting pretty comfortable, finding a rhythm. I've always found it difficult in tournaments just to get my feet under me and get settled in. Those of you in the chat room, are you a early block or late block player? Do you like bowling on the fresh or do you like playing in the dirt, as I call it? I, for one, like playing in the dirt. When they burn down and start to hook a bunch, that's when I like to have a good time. The fresh, when there's a lot of oil out there, I tend to struggle. So for those of you watching, what do you prefer? Well, looking over to the right, Jesse Rivers has a good game going. He's got 240 left going into the 10th. Dustin Erickson has a decent game going. Henry Trutwin says, I don't really like to burn, double burn most of the time. Love the loft the ball. Yeah, I could see that from what I know of your game. I definitely could see that. You're definitely a player to watch when they start to hook. Mike Guthrie likes the late block as well. I would agree. I'm one of those players where once I can start to see a little bit more of a ball reaction, although the way some of these tournaments happen now is with so much urethane in play and that puddle gets brought down lane, I don't have the rev rate to get around or through the puddle as well as back in the day when that wasn't really a factor. So the late blocks are a little different for me. I seem to hit that urethane puddle down lane and the ball just doesn't quite see the pattern the way I want it to. Leaving corner pins, leaving soft tens, and shot there for Corey Zimmerman goes high, leaves the 3-9. Still a makeable spare. Yeah, Kyle Carnell likes the house shot. I would believe that based on your history, especially at North Hill Bowl. Having, 860 up there or something like that, which is still, I believe, the house record. A little bit of a struggle here for Aaron Craig. Kind of seeing what it's like on the left side. As him and Blake Wallstrom, I'm trying to look around to see how many lefties we even have in the building. Now that I think about it, there definitely aren't that many. So if the lefties are seeing that over-under that the righties kind of started seeing in late game 1 after the 10-minute warm-up session and everything else, I suppose Wade Scott right in front of us is left-handed as well. But perhaps maybe they're seeing a little bit of over-under now. It's hard to say. This pair, Blake was on this pair, so the cross that these guys have, all the lefties that I know of in the building are on the same cross. So we'll see. Henry asks, what have you seen with the transition so far? Getting easier or no? I do believe that the scores have been going up. As players are getting left, I think the pattern has stretched out enough and players have thrown enough at corner pins to provide some hold. And that has driven the scores up, but not up as much as you would think. I think the scores are still in that moderate scoring range. Looking to the left, a strike on the final ball in the 10th would give Mike Green 235. On the right, Darren Sundstrom had 221. He's at 57 over. Nathan Smith at 12 over through 5 games, so definitely some good scores. Cal asking where are the Craigs and Wallstroms? Well, the information I have is a bit outdated because I only have a scoring sheet after 3, and we are currently in Game 5. But after 3, Taylor was in 16th at 21 under. Blake was in 25th at 36 under. Josh Craig in 12th at 7 under. And Jamie Craig in 26th at 38 under. So all 4 of them in pretty good shape, if you ask me, because the scores have been low. I don't know what the cashing cutoff is. Maybe I will get a payout by the end of the show. But I do know that we are taking the top 5 to the Stepladder Finals following game number 9. It is currently 3 minutes to 5, and we are through our 5th game. So that took roughly 3 hours. I would guess another 2.5 to get through 9. So we are looking at a 7:30-ish start to the Stepladder Finals. For those of you who have things going on and want to come back later for the conclusion of the event. Cal, it's going to be a late night. That is what I'm actually afraid of is when the tournament is over, they have Glow Bowl here at Midway Lanes, Extreme Bowling, whatever you happen to call it. And they are going to go straight into that because that is a thing that brings in a lot of open players and is a good moneymaker for the establishment, which means I get to tear down the stream in the dark. So the only bad thing about that, but we will make do, and we will do what we have to do. Well, that's an end to a 3-bagger for Wade Scott, but a decent game going still. Still has 2:28 left with a spare here and a strikeout in the 10th. At 55 under, that's in pretty good shape with a decent game. Unfortunate split there in the 10th for Ryan Engel. He's at 12 under, so looking at 172 with the count there. Anyone else bowling anything tomorrow? Where are you bowling at? What tournament are you bowling? Perhaps maybe you bowled a tournament today and you're tuning into NDBowlTV following a qualifying round or a tournament that you bowled in your home center. Let us know. Or where are you bowling next weekend? Like to know? Frame 10 for Corey Zimmerman, wrap 10. Strikeout there would have gave him 230. Now looking at 2 teens with a spare there. Henry says thinking about bowling the Twin Cities Masters tomorrow. Yeah, I did see that going on. Well, if you do, good luck. Well, Wade Scott up in the 10th here has a chance at 228. Would go a long way to getting him back in this tournament, currently at 55 under. This is his good lane. He has not missed here yet. Hopefully we didn't just put the Booth jinx on him. Looks okay, but hooks and 7 pin. All right, still in the 200s. Still a pretty good game for Wade. Maybe he's found something now and can build off of that. 172, Ryan Engel, that puts him at 40 under. 157 for Eric Hempel, that puts him at 70 under. Aaron Craig, 189 left. Needs to punch. Gets the first one. Wade Scott on the spare, looks pretty good. So 217 possible there, and that'll get him into the minus 30s. Look at Clayton Reed there on the right of your screen. Had a decent game number 5. He is currently at 89 under, or 79 under, excuse me. So making a run now. Looking to the right, Jesse Rivers is at 82 under. Andy Kohlbaum at 872, so 128 under. Dustin Erickson at 9 under. Sitting in really good shape so far. Connor Slater at 741 through 5, and then again Clayton Reed at 921 through 5. 215 for Wade Scott puts him at 40 under. Aaron Craig with the 3-bagger, salvaging this game. Possible 189. All right, that wraps up game number 5. Let's see who will be moving over here as they are in the 9th frame. And then, of course, the other pair moving on to our featured lanes are currently bowling down on 21 and 22 due to the 39 and 40 breakdown here. And it looks like up on the screen, Mark Woznicki, Chris McFarland, Larry Selberg, and Camden Benton coming to our featured pair in game number 6. So stay tuned for that. All right, let's look on out to the left because the pairs around us are going. Let's look at some scores. We got Randy Peterson at 10:51. So Randy in really good shape following his game 5. He is 51 over, and I'd like to think he's in the top 5 as we speak. Looking to the right, we've kind of gone over these players, but Dustin Erickson leading the way on the pair over here. He is also a lefty, another lefty in the building that didn't know about. Currently at 991, so 9 under. Look over to the pair to the left, and there are 3 players on that pair that are plus at the moment. Nathan Smith at 12 over, Darren Sundstrom at 57 over, and Randy Peterson at 51 over. Unfortunately, we won't see Randy on our live stream unless he makes the final 5, as he will skip over our pair. Following this game, you can see him over there on your screen with the shuffler and a 7-pin stands. Always good to see Randy out here bowling, a North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer. And a guy that still likes to bowl everything. And I don't blame him. And just a brief break while we wait for everyone to move around here. It looks like they just finished up over on 31 and 32, so depending on how they're doing down on 19 and 20 or 21 and 22, we should be moving over here shortly. So I appreciate everyone being patient while we wait for bowlers to move around. Again, if you're just joining us, we're bowling on a 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. 32 mils, 2:7 to 1 ratio oil pattern. Appreciate everyone who has shared the stream on social media. That helps us out quite a bit. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. Every little bit helps us out. And we are underway. Game number 6. Larry Selberg, Camden Benton, Mark Woznicki, and Chris McFarland. Larry Selberg, 929 after 5. Camden at 913. Mark at 865, and Chris McFarland at 790. Shot there by Mark to kick us off here. Larry with a strikeout on the board already. So the way it looks is the players that started on our featured pair in game number 7 will actually be on the pairs to the left and right. So we will not see the same players twice. We will get a good mix going forward. Looks like in game number 7, who are we going to have here? Mike Neibauer, Dave Hopkins, Jason McGath, John Breckel, and Jamie Craig in Game 7, perhaps? No, maybe not. I know we'll see John Breckel and Jamie Craig, but I don't know about the other pairs, so stay tuned for that. Again, game 6 of 9, following 9 top 5. We'll head into the Stepladder finals. Okay, it appears Camden thought they were rotating somewhere else, and I can understand why, as the breakdown pair, if you fall on that breakdown pair, you must go down to 21 and 22 to bowl your game and then resume the rotation. So Camden thought after bowling on 21 and 22 that they would just rotate down to the other end, but in fact he's right here in the middle of the house. So honest mistake, I would have done it too. That's the reality with the breakdown pair. If you end up falling on that pair, you must go all the way to 21 and 22 and then make your way back to middle of the house. But thankfully for the bowlers here, the scores have been working properly and transferring properly, so we are able to see everyone's ongoing total up there on the screen on the far right. Very helpful for other players to see how the people around them are doing, and of course those of us in the live stream to see how they're doing as well. Again, like we did earlier, if you are tuning in, let us know where you are tuning in from. I always like to know how far our reach is. We had some viewers in here today from Germany, Malaysia, Omaha, Pittsburgh. Appreciate everyone taking the time out of their day to tune into NDBowlTV. Let us know where you are tuning in from. And we did have a question on how to get into the chat room. I believe all you must do is create a YouTube account, which is free to do so, and then go in the chat room and type away as per usual. So if you are looking to get into the chat room, and if you can't, please send us an email, message us on Facebook. We will try to answer any questions you may have. Again, if you can email me, if you need to email me, it's Darren@ndbowling.com. That's DAREN @ndbowling.com. Mary, tuning in from Kentucky, do appreciate it. John, middle of nowhere, North Dakota. Doesn't matter where you're at, I do appreciate you tuning in and keeping me company as I am flying solo in the booth today. At least until the Stepladder finals. Chris from out in Grand Forks, do appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Andy driving to Nebraska, very nice. Please drive safe. Hopefully we are keeping you company as well. I know a lot of people like to take our stream and put it up on their audio in their car. Something to listen to. Regardless, however you watch NDBowlTV, I do appreciate it. We are in game number 6 here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. The North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles Tournament. Our first time live streaming here at Midway Lanes in our 10-year history. I'm honestly surprised it took this long for us to get down here, but their normal big tournament is hosted by KFYR TV, so they do have the rights to that one. So it is nice to be able to do this one and get down to Midway Lanes for the first time. Nice game to the right by Andy Kohlbaum, working on a 5-bagger. Make that 6. Perhaps a big game here for Andy could get him back into contention. Currently at 128 under. A big game here could go a long ways. If y'all haven't seen the latest releases from the Storm family of brands, go check them out. Storm's got the new Road Warrior out, which is what I would consider the upgraded High Road Pearl. It's got a nice pearl cover, upgraded from the original High Road Pearl. When you look at the Roto-Grip line, they are coming out with the Attention Star S2, a hybrid version of the very popular Attention Star, which was one of the top ASIM pearls last season. And then, of course, the new line for 900 Global is the Origin. Another ASIM ball, a brand new setup for them. So feel free to go on out to stormbowling.com and check out those new releases coming up this month in November. For anyone interested out there, NDBowling.com also has a monthly newsletter. You can go to any page on NDBowling.com, scroll down to the bottom, or I guess if you wait long enough, a prompt will come up. Just put in your email, and then you will receive an email to whatever email address you put in there to confirm your subscription to our monthly newsletter. And once you confirm, you'll be receiving the monthly newsletter the first week of every month. In those newsletters, I like to update everyone on what happened the month before, what's coming up ahead, and then give up any shop specials are in there, and then we highlight a Storm product of the month. So if you want to stay up to date on everything NDBowling.com, just go sign up for our newsletter. And a big game going to the right here. Andy Kohlbaum has 279 left going into the 10th, and he's at 128 under, so an opportunity for him to get back into this tournament. Clayton Reed still keeping it going. He had a rough start, but now at 79 under, he's got a potential 220 going on game 6. This is when things start to tighten up a little bit. The pattern opens up a little bit. The players that kind of struggled early have an opportunity to get back into it. Robert Craig, hello from Thunder Bay. Where can I find the standings? I don't know if they are posting them on Midway Lane's Facebook page. I will have to look. Yes, they are. Through 3 games, Midway Lane's just posted the standings. That is a little bit dated since we are currently in Game 6, but if you go to Midway Lanes on Facebook, their profile picture is a blue circle, a yellow bowling ball, and it says Midway Lanes. Go give them a like. They are posting the standings on there, and you can at least see the Game 3 sheet. I'm guessing you want to know how Aaron Craig is doing. He was just on our featured pair. But through 3 games, he is in 18th. He had a little bit of a rough game on our featured pair, but means he must have moved to the right, which then means he's down on 21 and 22 and out of our view since the pair he would have moved to has broke down. So go on over to Midway Lanes, give them a like, and see the standings. They just posted the game number 3 sheet. Chris Scott says drilled both the Road Warrior and the Origin already, and both roll quite well. That is good to know. I do not have either of those drilled at the moment, but I do think I might get the Road Warrior. I just got the Phase AI drilled and do have that with me. I might be throwing it tomorrow in the state scratch doubles event here at Midway Lanes. Again, we will not be live streaming that tournament, but if you like our Facebook page, NDBowling.com on Facebook, We will post scores from that and updates. And then next week, we'll have a complete recap from the weekend on ndbowling.com. I will share those articles on our Facebook page as well. So that's a good way to stay tuned and stay up to date. Looks like John Breckel making a run. I believe I see 963 after 5, so only 37 under, and he's got double spare 3-bagger through 6. So starting to get comfortable for him here in game number 6. For you Nathan Smith fans out there, rough game going here in game 6. Had 180 possible going into the 10th and just split the first ball. That's his leave there up on 33. So it's makeable. Kind of have to have it, and he gets 2. So that's a 146 from Nathan Smith. And he goes from plus 12 to minus 42 real quick. And that's what this pattern can do to you. The low games are out there. He's by no means out of it. But definitely going to have to do some searching for a different ball reaction perhaps. Randy Peterson over here to our left. Leaves, what is that, a 6-pin? A spare there and a strike gives him 196, so he's still comfortably in plus territory. To our right, a 212 for Clayton Reed gets him to 67 under. Still trying to come back. Andy Kolbaum went 7 spare first ball. That's his last ball in the 10th there. Strikes for 256, and I'd be willing to bet he's going to get high game pot for that. Brad Nelson tuning in from Rapid City, South Dakota. Do appreciate it. Hopefully you are doing well. Do miss seeing you at all these tournaments. Brad, things are going well for me. Just hanging out here in the booth. Flying solo today. I will be bowling the doubles tournament tomorrow with 4-time major winner Matt Smallin. Looking forward to that. But otherwise, everything is good. Kids are good. Still love my wife, as always. Can't complain. Big shout out to all the spouses back home who allow all these bowlers to do what they love to do. I sure couldn't do it without mine. Love the Fred Flintstone shirt. Yeah, that's a good one. There's a lot of good jerseys out there today. Which brings me to my next question. Who makes the best bowling jerseys out there? Where do you like to buy all your bowling jerseys from? There are so many companies out there. From Coolwick to Bowlify to Apparel EFX to I Am Bowling. Let me know, where do you like to buy your bowling jerseys from? James Martinez from snowy Colorado. You can have it there, buddy. You can have all that snow. I do not feel bad for you. I hope you're finding warmth in your house, and thank you for tuning into NDBowlTV today since you have so much snow at your place. From what I did see, you do have a lot of snow down there, and I just got word there's a flight tournament in Fergus Falls for all you youth bowlers out there watching. Head on over to that. I do believe they have a adult version as well, or adult, what you call it. Like there's the tournament can be bowled by adults. There's a smaller entry for them, I believe, but not sure. Brad Nelson says, Bowlify. Question, what's the oil today? We're bowling on the 40-foot Don Johnson pattern. 32 mils of oil in a 271 or 274-ish to 1 ratio. Brad says, raining here, snow soon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it starts snowing in our neck of the woods here in the next couple weeks or so. But the current snowstorm is far away in the Colorado area. And our friend James Martinez, like I said, you can have it. As long as you're safe down there, that's all that matters. Again, game number 6 here of 9. Unfortunate game here for Camden. Nice split pickup there for Larry. Good game going for Mark. And good to see Chris McFarland out here bowling once again. He bowled the NDBowlTV Masters along with Jesse Rivers and quite a few others. Do appreciate everyone who not only tunes in to our live streams, but comes out and bowls all the great events in the greater North Dakota area. Wonder if it's raining here yet. I know they were calling for the Bismarck area here to be getting quite a bit of rain this evening. So I'll have to see. I've been in the lanes here since about 10:30 this morning. Looks like a decent amount of rain making its way into the Bismarck Metro, so should be raining here soon. Brad says, where did Corey Zimmerman move to in the standings after Game 5? That is a very good question. The only standings I currently have in front of me are through Game 3. I do expect the folks at Midway Lanes to bring out a score sheet after 6. So I will keep you updated following that Game 6 scoring update. We are currently in Game 6. There are a few pairs that have already moved on to Game 7, but there are also a couple pairs that, well, they're in frame 6 of Game 6. So a little bit of disconnect with the way the rotations are working, mainly because there was a pair breakdown to the right. You can see 39 and 40 on the right part of your screen is dark. So players that land on 39 and 40 regularly would then move down to 21 and 22 to bowl that game, and then move back to the regular rotation that they're on. So because of that, some pairs are a little bit ahead, some pairs are a little bit behind, but that happens at most tournaments that I bowl anyways. Looking down to our left, John Breckel with a spare there in the 9th. What's he got? A 6 count up there, so he would have a possible 238 left. All right, Randy, are you on number 3? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Very nice. All right, so Randy Peterson, North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer, joining us in the booth momentarily here. You got a little bit of a break, it looks like. It looks like they're in the 6th frame.
Yep.
So you have a few minutes to join us. How are things going for you so far?
Well, I started out like 180, 190, 180, and then I shot 279 game 4, 5 to help me out. So now I'm up to plus 45, I think, after.
Right, we just saw you to the left of us here, and you had 190?
194 or something, yeah.
So what pieces are working for you this weekend?
Well, right now I'm throwing the attention star.
Okay.
Playing pretty deep, 4th arrow, looking at 4th arrow. Earlier I tried out around 10 and out, swinging it out. Pretty inconsistent. And then I saw Ryan Stelk just really bowling well and Joel Galley bowling pretty good way inside like that, so I moved in and it's gotten a lot better since.
Very nice. So you were sitting, I got to imagine you're sitting top 10 at least, maybe even top 5.
Yeah, I don't know.
With the way the standings are going. What are you seeing from the pattern as it's transitioning? I know there was a lot of over-under early. That's kind of the reports we were getting from bowlers. Yep. What are you seeing now that we enter, Game 7?
Yeah. I'm seeing that the middles are really blown open.
Okay.
From 10 to 20. It's really kind of blown open. But down lane, there's some carry down, so the ball just doesn't finish as hard for me, who doesn't have all the revs like some of these.
I'm right there with you.
Some of these younger bowlers. But so yeah, it's not an easy shot, which is good.
Right, and it like you look at the graph as a 2-7 to 1, you would think the scores would have been a little bit higher today, but maybe the way they were over-under to start got people kind of fishing around the lane a little bit and caused what we're seeing as, I wouldn't call them low scores. I think this is kind of what we would like as scratch bowlers, the scoring case, where you can shoot 220 and actually make up a few pins.
Right.
What's the strategy going forward now? You said that they're getting a little bit lazy down lane. What's the strategy the last 3 games?
Well, I'm gonna stick with my attention star, and I'm gonna stay right at 4th arrow. I might have to move in a little bit if it doesn't finish as hard. I got a V-bow that I'm gonna go to, and I think that'll get down the lane and turn a little harder on the back.
Right, I've seen that ball as a little more angular down lane, whereas the attention star is a little more forward.
Yes. Yeah.
Very nice. Well, good luck. Do you have any other new equipment that you're drilling up? What do you see so far?
Yesterday, I just received the Attention Star S2.
Yeah, we've talked about that on stream. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, so I threw that earlier. It reacts pretty good. It picks up a lot sooner than the Pearl Attention Star.
Okay.
So, kind of excited about that one.
I know you were a big fan of the Sublime Focus. Have you thrown that today at all?
I have not thrown that today. No, I'm not. So. I see Brian Gehring is throwing that, but he's got his shined up pretty shiny.
Yeah, he was throwing the Harsh Reality Pearl too, so he's using some bigger equipment, bigger cores. Well, thank you for giving a little bit of your time. Good luck going forward. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend.
I'm not so sure about that.
Randy Peterson.
All right.
Thanks for joining us, and good luck. All right, Randy giving a little bit of his time. We got a little bit of a break here as Randy is waiting for the players to move to his pair, which is, they're currently in the 7th frame. For our rotation, looks like the pair coming from the left, they just finished their game. Again, I don't know where the pair is down on 21 and 22. So we should have bowling here momentarily. I see Jamie Craig and John Breckel moving their equipment to our featured pair. But again, if you have any questions, please let us know in the chat room. I do appreciate everyone tuning in to our show today. We're about to enter game number 7. Lucas, yeah, you better listen up if Randy's here. He said the Attention Star S is pretty good. He is currently throwing the Attention Star, looking pretty good in the plus territory. It was nice to hear from Randy. That's the one good part about having a little bit of disconnect with the pairs moving, as there's a little bit of a wait. I know as a bowler, that's not the one thing that I enjoy the most. Is I like to keep a good rhythm going. I like to keep bowling and not wait. But in this situation, it's good for us here in the stream to get a word with a bowler or two in the meantime. Looking down, I see John Breckel 228. That brings him to -9. So NDBowling.com Player of the Year from a couple of years ago, making a run, possibly getting to our Stepladder finals. Again, the top 5 will advance to the Stepladder finals following game number 9. Looks like Travis Herzrud, Tristan Clymer, John Breckel, and Jamie Craig on our featured pair here in game number 7. Jonathan says it's been choppy for maybe 5 minutes or so. I am not showing any dropped frames. So let me know if... So you guys are catching choppy audio. Is it from me, or is it now that Randy's gone? Maybe it was just the headset. Let me know. Is it still good now, or are we... I do apologize for that. Perhaps we'll have to look into the headset or our connection, but it's still there, huh? I don't know what to tell you. My connections seem fine. Well, I do apologize for that. Maybe we'll disconnect the third one. I have the third one on mute. Yeah, Control-Alt-Delete is right. Let's just close the stream out and start over. Sounds like a helicopter. That is interesting. I know there's a sound coming through their speakers here right above me, and that is interesting. I honestly don't know what to say there if the sound is not working. Sounds like a helicopter. Interesting. I apologize. I don't know. Well, regardless, we're up to game number 7. I will continue to work on what we have going on here. Unfortunately, I can't hear the feedback, so as far as what I'm being told is a helicopter sound. Yeah, perhaps it is Matt Smolin throwing his helicopter shots. I honestly don't know. I haven't had problems with the audio yet, so Oh, I fixed it. So is it better? Let me know. It's cleared up now. I don't know what I did, honestly. I don't. But let's not touch anything. And if it comes back, let me know. Well, everyone says it's good, so we'll go with it. All right, back to it. John Breckel, Tristan Clymer, Travis Herzrud, Jamie Craig. Looking at the scores, John Breckel's got the highest score here at 1191. Travis Herzrud, 1125. Tristan Clymer, 1063. Jamie Craig, 1087. I do know that there's a little bit of a delay from the chat to, like, I get the chat well before you guys see the actual video, so perhaps my microphone was picking up something, but why is it illegal to send half of the ball? I don't quite understand your question in the chat room. Must be sand one half and not the other. I'm not sure on that. If there's any rules experts in the chat room, feel free to take that one. Our first look here at Travis Herzrud, past winner at the KFYR-TV Bowling Classic and the WDAZ Bowling Classic, which is now known as the NDBowling.com Classic. Future Hall of Famer here in North Dakota in my mind. Should already be in there, but I don't think he's old enough yet. Tristan Clymer, the pro shop guy, one of the main guys here at Midway Lanes. John Breckel, like we said, past NDBowling.com Player of the Year. A rare single pin miss for him. Looking around here, looks like Josh Craig at 11:14 through 6. Jaden Roller 10:46. Andy Kolbaum the 11:28. Jesse Rivers 10:86. Dustin Erickson 11:53. Looks like Randy and the gang will get to bowl on the pair to the right here soon. Crazy how the rotation worked. The pair to the right was far ahead of our featured pair, and they are now 3 frames behind. But again, on this game, we have 4 on our featured pair. Thanks for tuning in, Justin Bankers. I don't think I can throw anything at Chris Massey, though. I have nothing to throw at him aside from perhaps my phone. But I will send the message when I get a chance. All right, looks like the pair to our right is underway. We've got Jeff Holsworth at 1162, Chris Massey at 1070, Tatum Lee at 1044, Randy Peterson 1245, and Zeke Pekino at 940. That are their scores through 6. Looking down the house, there are probably 2 more pairs that are still in Game 6. So once they complete their 6th game, we should get a scoring update. And then we've got 3 more games, and it is quickly to 6 o'clock. So that guess of a 7:30 Stepladder finals is now moved to roughly 8:30. So I might be streaming here till 10 o'clock. So if those of you out there that need some entertainment later tonight, tune in to NDBowlTV. We're going to be here for a while. Brad says you'll be in the dark with Cosmic. Yes, I will. That's kind of what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that the second we get done with the stepladder and we do... I wonder if they'll even let me get through the interview. I don't know. I could about imagine the second the last ball is thrown, they're turning the lights off. And so it could make for interesting live stream here at the end of the day, but we'll make it through it. I'll be tearing down the set in the dark, I'm sure, but... we'll make do. Again, our featured pairs here in the middle of game number 7. The pair to our left, Jaden Roller, front 5. He needs a couple big games to get back into it, as he is currently 154 under. John Breckel needing to figure something out here. Slow start to game 7, being 9 under at the moment. Jamie Craig, early double on the board. Lundy, where is Wolf sitting? Oh, he is currently bowling on 43 and 44. He's currently standing right over here. Wonder if I can figure out where he's at. Perhaps there's a lane breakdown because they aren't bowling. Even though they're up, they're not bowling. He tells me he's about 20 over, roughly. That's what I'm getting. Again, I should have a scoring update after Game 6 because they gave us an update after Game 3, and there is still one pair that is in Game 6 from what I can see down on 45, 46, perhaps? Yeah. So there are certain pairs that are just kind of standing around waiting because they don't want to keep bowling because there's a little bit of a disconnect as to some pairs are in frame 6 of Game 7. There's some pairs that are still in Game 6. So the rotation is a little bit off. Randy Peterson is up on lane 38, will be the far right lane on your screen. Going spare strike, looking for a double. As mentioned before, sitting at 45 over. Currently the top scorer in our viewing area. Looking to my right, I see Ryan Selk at 1296, so 96 over. Taylor Wallstrom 1249. Joel Galley at 1252, so that is a very stacked cross as those three are all bowling together and all bowling quite well. So there's something they have found that not a lot of players out here have found this weekend. The lowest guy out of all those is 52 over, and those three are the highest scores I've seen in a while. So Randy Peterson, Joel Galley, Taylor Wallstrom, Ryan Selk all sitting north of 40 over. Well, shout out to everyone who has subscribed today. Quite a few new subscribers into NDBowlTV. We do appreciate that. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. It is free to do so. Turn on notifications to stay up to date when we go live and all things NDBowlTV. Shot there for Jamie. Good bounce back after a couple opens. Herzrud looking to get a three-bagger up there after a pretty rough start the first 5 frames. John Breckel, decent game going, but needs to hit a double here. And if you caught it, Randy Peterson was in our booth earlier. He did talk about throwing the attention star, and that's, you see him right there on the right part of your screen. Working on a spare. A rough break for Josh, indeed. That's definitely a weird leave. That caused a quick out of range. John Breckel, Brooklyn double. And he loves it, as I would too. I will take them all day long. So for those of you watching, does it drive you crazy when you watch people get Brooklyns, or do you love it? I know as a bowler it don't matter, but there are some people where if you throw a Brooklyn, it gets under their skin a little bit. Are you one of those? Looking to our left, Jaden Roller continuing a decent game. A spare in the 8th here will give him a possible 250. Some good shape for him. Another good shot for Jamie Craig. John Breckel up now in the 9th on 36 with an opportunity to cash in on the Brooklyn for a double. Justin, you love him. Never apologize for carry. I agree. I will take them all day long. Herzrud up in the 9th, working on a 3-bagger. Trying to salvage this game. A little high. I don't think he deserved that. I thought maybe the 4-pin at most. But how is the 10 still standing there? I'm not sure. All right, let's see if John can cash in on the Brooklyn strike there. Oh, no. Greek Church. And a Greek Church in this building, Justin Bankers. A little deja vu for you. Or Justin, was it a big 4 and you only needed 2 to win? Something like that. That was a long time ago, roughly 20 years ago or so. And gets the count. John will have 187 left. Both him and Hersrud open the ninth. And just like that, we have a Game 6 scoring update for everyone. We will go through the top 10, and then if anyone would like to know how certain bowlers are doing, just let us know. I know there's a few in here, and I will read off those names, but if we miss any, just please let me know. Leading the way, and it's that cross that we talked about, those three players that are bowling on the same pair who are on the same lane together are the top three bowlers. Ryan Selk leading the way at 1296. In second, Joel Galley at 1262. Third, Taylor Wallstrom at 1249. Fourth, Randy Peterson at 1245. In fifth, Kelly Kuntz at 1244. In sixth, Mike Larson at 1236. Seventh, Darren Sundstrom at 1232. Eighth, Thomas Wolf at 1217. Ninth, John Breckel at 1191. And in 10th, Mike Green at 1173. Just going down the list, Corey Zimmerman 12th at 1164. Let's see, who else do we have? Travis Hersrud in 23rd at 1125. People want to know about Josh Craig, 25th at 1114. Blake Wallstrom, 28th at 1111. Matt Smallin in 33rd at 1089. Jamie Craig, 34th at 1087. Chris Massey, 38th at 1070. Jeremiah Smith, 41st at 1064. Who else do we have? Aaron Craig in 26th at 1112. Jesse, let's see, where is he? Jesse Wilson. I know we had some people wondering about him. Jesse Wilson in 32nd at 1090. Again, if we missed anybody, please let me know, but that is your Game 6 scoring update. Now, as you saw a shot there on 37 from Tatum Lee, that's a four-bagger for him. He's got 115 in the fifth with a double working after that, so in really good shape. Has 265 left on the board if you were to strike out. Looking to our left, Jesse Rivers, 186, 1272 after 7. Andy Kohlbaum has a potential 210. Dustin Erickson still has 204 left. Jaden Roller, 227. Josh Craig has 190 left. 202 for Tristan Clymer here on our featured pair. Jamie Craig, 194. 181 Travis Hersrud, 176 John Breckel. So that'll wrap up game number 7 on our featured pair. Again, we have quite a bit of time before our next game here on our featured pair, as the incoming pair to the left is just starting their 6th frame. So, like we said earlier, if you have a drink to freshen up or need a bite to eat for dinner, now would be a good time to do so. We will have a brief break before we hit game number 8 right in front of us, as the bowling around us still has a few frames to go. John's asking, what did Randy do? Well, Randy had 6-1 there in the 7th. He's currently going spare strike, spare strike, spare strike, open. He is now up right there on the right of your screen in the 8th frame. He still has 214 possible, but he needs a 5-bagger to do it. Move to the V-bow. That looked left. Gets away with it. Brad's asking, only members of a North Dakota Association member can bowl this. Incorrect. I do believe if you purchase the North Dakota USBC membership, you can still bowl it. So in essence, what you're saying is true. But if you were not a member before today, you could still show up today and pay for the North Dakota sanction. That is my understanding, as we do have some out-of-state bowlers currently bowling at the moment. Again, I could be wrong, but that is how I understand it at the moment. Again, we went through a Game 6 scoring update. After Game 6, only 8 players are plus. And let's run through that top 5 once again, as those top 5, the final top 5 after 9 games will be in our Stepladder finals. Ryan Selk leading the way at 1296, Joel Galley in second at 1262, Taylor Wallstrom in third at 1249, Randy Peterson at 1245 in fourth, and Kelly Kuntz at 1244 rounds out the top 5. You've got Mike Larson and Darren Sundstrom at 1236 and 1232 respectively in 6th and 7th. So pretty close, near the top. Once you hit Thomas Wolf in 8th at 1217, there is a good 20 to 30 pin drop down to 1191. And John Breckel, if I look over to the big 3 leaders right now, Ryan Selk has 9 spare open, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, has yet to strike. But immediately below him, Taylor Wallstrom has the front 6, and Joel Galley has the front 5. So 2 of those 3 are continuing to run. So look forward to seeing Joel, Ryan, and Taylor still near the top. If I'm looking down at Thomas Wolf correctly, I see spare and a 6-bagger. So Thomas Wolf has 290 working, entering the 8th. Joel Galley and Taylor Wallstrom both have the front 6. So for those of you wondering how the pattern is breaking down, getting harder or easier, I mean, granted, these are phenomenal bowlers, but they're definitely opening up for the field at the moment. Some big scores on the way. A lot of movement near the top of the list, it looks like, because our leader, Ryan Selk, who currently has a 34-pin lead on the field, through 7 frames has yet to strike. And he just threw a shot on 41 there and did not strike. So that big 3 will be on the pair to our right in game 8. So we will see a lot of their shots coming up. Again, not much bowling going on around us aside from the pair to the right. Randy Peterson has a double going into the 10th, so he still has 214 left. Tatum Lee still has 265 left. Tatum currently sitting at 156 under, so he needs a really big last 3 games to get himself into contention, and this is a good way to start. Again, Randy Peterson, 45 over going into this game, has a chance to build on that. We will still be watching the pair way off to our right. Taylor Wallstrom, that is front 7. And Joel Galley will follow, currently working on the front 6. And it looks like Thomas Wolf got the one in the 8th. So he has 9 spare 7-bagger, 290 working going into the 9th. A lot of big games coming to our right. Joel Galley, front 7. It looks like he is also throwing an attention star. Perhaps a ball change for Ryan Selk is in order because he has yet to strike, but the 2 on his pair each have the front 7. So stay tuned. I do see that Midway Lanes Facebook page has posted the Game 6 scoring sheet, so head on over to Midway Lanes on Facebook to see the Game 6 scoring update. Randy Peterson up there on the right of your screen, working on a double, first shot in the 10th. Shot looks better if it faces, and he gets it. Big shot there for Randy. Gets him into the 200s. And another strike for Thomas Wolf, so he is through 9 frames, still working on 290. Ryan Selk up now in the 8th, looking for his first strike of the game. Randy Peterson right in front of us here. Second shot in the 10th, still has 214 possible. And that is not a strike for Ryan Selk, so he's strikeless through 8. Randy got that one wide, leaves a 2-pin. And with the spare, that'll be 203 for him. So not a bad game, considering he went Dutch the first 6 and then had the open in the 7th. So decent game for Randy. Unfortunately, he's going to fall behind the pace that Taylor Wallstrom and Joel Galley are going on over here. And then you got to think about Thomas Wolf sitting at 17 overs, got 290 working. Ryan Selk can only max out at 200 now going into the 9th. Oh, good spot for that, Chris, as he leaves a 2-8-10 for a 202. Now Tatum Lee will finish off on the pair to the right. He will be on the far lane that you see there. If he strikes out, he's got 265. And that'll go a long way to getting him back into this tournament. He needs 3 big games, though. Looks like Taylor Wallstrom Missed the head pin right for a 6 count. And sends the head pin around the 10. So Taylor Wallstrom opens the 7th or the 8th frame. So he's got 204 up in the 8th already on an open. Joel Galley up now in the 8th, working on the front 7. Score's definitely starting to go up. A lot of players finding something here. Making their move towards the cashing cutoff, which with 60 bowlers, I would guess is somewhere around 14 players cashing. And there's a strike for Tatum Lee. Gets him in the 260s. So good game for him. That puts him roughly 91 under with a strike here. So by no means out of it, but still needs a couple big games to get him there. Joel Galley had a wrap 10. Does convert the spare, so still 279 possible for Joel. Thomas Wolf up now in the 10th. He can strike out for 290 and get north of 100 over. All right, Wolf up now in the 10th. First shot underway. Goes wide and leaves a bucket, it looks like. Bucket? Yeah. So still 250, 260 left, right? Yeah, still has 266 if he converts the spare and strikes. Well, the spare does get it, I believe. Yep. So if he strikes 266, Wallstrom went nose 7 count, leaving the 3-6-10. To our left, Peyton Sumners has a 228 going, but I think he is minus 86 going in, so he'll need a couple big games to get there. Spare conversion for Taylor. Joel Galley up now in the 9th. Still has 279 left. Shots away, strike for Joel Galley, so making a move. And we see some players making their way over to our featured pair. So we should have bowling momentarily. Jason McGath, Dave Hopkins, Mike Neibauer, Steph Denish, and Peyton Sumners coming right up, right in front of us. So stay tuned. Ryan Silk did strike, by the way, but then 9 spare in the first ball in the 10th. So now he can strike for 180. So Thomas Wolf gains 80 on him. Joel Galley could gain 100 on him. So our overall leader coming back to the field, and looking at the scores, Ryan Selk just went 189, 190, possible 180, so he's seems to be losing his look a little bit. He had 223, 213, 235, 246 his first 4. So he ran out to a big lead. Coming back to the field a little bit his last 3. We will see what he has in store as he will move over to the pair directly to your right for game number 8. Our featured pair here waiting on the bowlers down on 21 and 22 to complete their game 7. They will then make their way back down here. Do appreciate everyone being patient as we have a little bit of a weird cross here today waiting for the bowlers in front of us. In the meantime, I would like to say thank you to the folks here at Midway Lanes, the host center for the tournament this weekend. Not only singles today, but doubles tomorrow. Big thank you to Brian Gehring and the staff here for doing a great job and allowing us in to cover the event. And Fazza Mazzaroni, the pizzeria here at Midway Lanes, down by lane 1. They also have the Spare Time Arcade and the Kingpin Lounge right behind us. And a big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Once again, I'm Darren Sweeney with NDBowling.com, flying solo in the booth today. Bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles Tournament, where we will have a stepladder finals following game number 9. All right, looks like bowlers are moving around, and we will be underway here with game number 8 right in front of us. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. Consider subscribing. Head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page, hit the like button. It is all greatly appreciated and helps us out quite a bit. Appreciate everyone tuning in today. If you're just joining us, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you have any questions, please hop in the chat room. And feel free to ask us anything you need to know. Pair to our right is Ryan Salk, Taylor Wallstrom, Joel Galley, Jaden Roller, and Josh Craig. Pair to our left, Jeff Holsworth, Chris Massey, Tatum Lee, Jesse Wilson, and Lonnie Thielbar. Just past the 6:30 hour there. We've got 2 games to go and a stepladder finals. Still looking at the 7:30 to 8 o'clock range for the start of the stepladder finals. So if you'd be so kind, share the stream on social media, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, if you're looking for a scoring update, Midway Lanes on Facebook has a Game 6 scoring update there. So you can find out how your favorite bowler is doing. Looking down, I see a 242 from Taylor Wallstrom, 267 final for Joel Galley. That puts Taylor at 1491, Joel at 1529, Ryan Salk at 1475. So if I'm missing anything big, I believe Joel Galley is our new tournament leader following Game 7. Past champion at the WDAY WDAZ Bowling Classic. Joel Galley looking to add a scratch singles title here to the resume. Again, the final 5 will be in the stepladder finals here later this evening. We got 2 more games to go. That was a Joel Galley strike over there on 38. Far lane over there to your right. Some big scores from the immediate pair to the right. So you see Ryan Soap there looking for something. Definitely trying to find a ball reaction, as he hasn't shot 200 in now 3 games. Still sitting at 76 over, so he's still in good shape. But there's some big scores happening around him. And again, all eyes are on that top 5 for these stepladder finals. Tournament leader Joel Galley there to the right. Looking pretty solid. He looks pretty comfortable. Sitting at 129 over. And looking to take that number quite a bit higher. On our featured pair, looks like the best score we have up there is Peyton Sumner's at 1342, and he seems to be struggling early on. Sitting at 58 under. He's got a decent shot, but he's got to get this game salvaged here. Crossing over there. And it will be worth noting that this is our championship pair, so keep an eye on how the stepladder finals will play out by looking at this pair. Strike 9 spare 9 for Taylor Wallstrom. Ryan Soap, 9 spare strike. Jaden Roller, front 3, also on that pair. Unfortunate 4 count there for Peyton. Perhaps the championship pair is not looking too friendly. Pair to the right, Joel Galley front 3, Jaden Roller front 3, Ryan Selk up now, working on a strike. That was pretty good. So a double for Ryan, back on the strike train. Joel Galley up now, working on the front 3. So right to your screen. Throwing it pretty good. That attention star is doing work. And as the tournament goes on, you're going to see bowlers slow down just a little bit, take a little extra time. As many bowlers try to make their way towards that cash line. And ultimately the top 5 stepladder finals. Again, we got one more game after this and then a stepladder finals, so get comfortable. Get a beverage and enjoy some bowling here on NDBowlTV on your Saturday night. Appreciate everyone in the chat room keeping me company today. It's a long day of streaming. Well, it's a great tournament. And always nice to feature so many great bowlers here on the High Plains Bowling Network. Ryan Selk now with a 3-bagger on the pair to the right, so it looks like he's found something. I feel like having a good cross is underestimated in bowling. Being able to bowl with a few players that match up well and have it, I think is a confidence booster that is underappreciated. Sometimes when you have a cross with someone that doesn't quite match up well, it's hard to see the right picture. And I think these 3 guys are the beneficiaries today of having a good cross. Seeing what looks good, seeing the ball go through the pins the right way, whether it be their own or the other people on their pair. But regardless, they have solved the equation here today. Joel Galley working on the front 4 and then make that 5. This guy's going to be hard to beat. Ryan Salk not happy with that ball. Unfortunately, a 4-6. Left standing. Jaden Roller, 3-bagger, 9-spare double. Again, he was in the same camp as Tatum Lee. Going to need a few big games to get back there. He's at 1273 through 7, so he's going to need a couple big ones. Josh Craig, same boat. Ryan Salk gets the count. Has 125 in the 6th. So still in good shape following a 3-bagger, but an open in the 6th. Taylor Wallstrom up now with a double. Looking to our left, Kelly Kuntz, 1428 on the Game 6 sheet. Kelly was at 1244, so he had a rough one there. Looks like he can't get to 200 this game either, so he'll be going down in game number 8. Taylor, nice shot there. 3-bagger. Joel Galley up now, front 5. That one started a little early on him, leaving a 6-10. Perhaps he caught that one a little bit at the bottom. Rough game for Tatum Lee to our left. See Jeff Holsworth, 1355 after 7, in decent shape. Has a double going into the 8th. Still has roughly 249 left. Ooh, almost a good split conversion there by Jason. Taylor Wallstrom, I believe, is throwing a V-bow, perhaps? No, that might be an IQ. I'm not sure. Josh Craig up now, throwing a high road. Wrap 10 by Joel Galley. Shot by Ryan there. So a double following that open he had in the 6th. Jaden Roller working on a 3-bagger split. Yeah, you got to think too, even if these players aren't quite near the top of the standings, they're still playing for high game pots, any brackets and side action that is still left out there, so a lot of money to still be had. Again, I believe our tournament leader, Joel Galley, immediately to our right. It's 129 over. Has a good one going here, so he will be adding to that. Taylor Wallstrom not far behind, looking to add to it. Got that a little wide, a 2-8. It's okay. A spare there gives him 167 in the 7th with a spare up in the 8th, so decent game for Taylor. Good shot by Peyton there. Has a chance to salvage this game with a 3-bagger up there now. Not exactly the start he wanted with a couple opens, but has a chance to, what I call, save it. Again, for those of you following along this weekend, tomorrow is the State Scratch Doubles Tournament here at Midway Lanes. We will not be live streaming that tournament as I will be bowling the event. But you can go to NDBowling.com on Facebook where I will post the results of that tournament when they become available. Or you can follow the folks here at Midway Lanes. They have been posting the standings here today, and will likely do so tomorrow during the doubles tournament. So stay tuned for that. And then, of course, I will recap both events on ndbowling.com later this week. So head on over to ndbowling.com. I will post those articles, or article, we might just do it in one, on the Facebook page as well. An open for Joel Galley in the 8th gives him 240 possible if he strikes out in the 9th and 10th. Taylor Wallstrom, 247 possible. Ryan Selk is the owner of that 10-pin standing up there on the right of your screen. With a spare, he'll still have 224 left. So still a lot of pins out there for what I presume to be the top 3 of 4, as Thomas Wolf is also right up there with these 3, along with anybody else that could possibly be bowling well on the high and low ends of the house, as we are kind of right smack dab in the middle of the tournament here. right, good shot there for Peyton. He's got salvage game going on here. This could go a long way for his tournament. What looked as a possible 160, 170. He's got a potential 216 left. Should get him close to that projected cash line. If we're gonna call top 15 as the cash line, if they pay 1 and 4, after game 6, that was 47 under. And he's currently 58 under. So the way he finishes this game could go a long way towards if Peyton's going to cash or not. For you Jesse Wilson fans out there, 131 in game 8. Which puts him at 1407 through 8 games. So rough go of it for Jesse. But tomorrow's a new day. Anything can happen tomorrow. All right, looking at who is coming to our featured pair for the 9th and final game. Jeremiah Smith and Kelly Kuntz on one lane. And I do believe we could have Thomas Wolf coming to our featured pair next as well. But again, that pair that will be moving to our featured pair is down on 21 and 22, so I'm not exactly sure. Michael Neibauer with a 3-bagger going in to the 10th. Unfortunate 8 count there for Peyton, but a salvaged game nonetheless. A spare and a strike will get him into the 190s. Rough go of it for a few players here on our featured pair. And that shot there finishes out a 222 for Ryan Selk, gets him to 98 over. Taylor Wallstrom will be up next with a potential 247 left on the board. He's currently at 91 over. So regardless, he will now be north of 200 over, or 100 over, I mean. It's late in the day, my math isn't as sharp as it was earlier today. I see a 249 from Jeff Holsworth immediately to our left. That gets him to 4 over. So that is one player to keep an eye on. As another player going plus. Unfortunate 215 there for Taylor Wallstrom after the 9 out. That does get him to 106 over. And now Joel Galley will finish out his game. He still has 2:30 left. If he strikes out, he's currently 129 over. And the guy I believe is leading. We will see what Thomas Wolf has, because I do believe he is rotating on to our featured pair. Strike there for Joel. Again, one more game, and then we will have the final 5 stepladder finals. Meanwhile, the rest of the bowling center will be waiting patiently for Global, so hopefully we will be able to get through the entirety of the interview at least before they turn the lights out and everyone starts going, and then we will tear down the set in the dark. Oh, 4-pin by Joel. That gives him 220 with the spare. Puts him to 149 over. And is currently the guy to beat, I believe, for that #1 overall seed in the stepladder finals. It's looking ever so likely an 8 o'clock stepladder final start. But no worry here, as we will not cut stream. We will just patiently wait for the top 5. And when that becomes available, we will let you know. And then hopefully be underway shortly after with our opening match. How's everyone out there doing in chat? If you're still with us, type 1 in chat. Y'all are pretty quiet. You're probably out eating dinner. But let us know if you're still around. Looks like coming on to our featured pair, Rodney Holm, Thomas Wolf, Kelly Kuhnsen, Jeremiah Smith. Looks as though Trevor decided to call it quits. Is exited the building. So we only have 4 players right here on our featured pair. I see a Thomas Wolf 1665. So he must have had 180 or so in game number 8. Brad Nelson says, not only for the stepladder, no, this is straight. After this game, we are going into the stepladder finals. Bowling on the dirt. Looking around, Mike Larson, 1653, directly to our right. And then, of course, to our left, you've got Ryan Selk at 1698, Taylor Wallstrom 1706, Joel Galley 1749, Thomas Wolf right in front of us here at 1665. Those are all the players. Kelly Kuntz 1606, and we did see Jeff Holsworth, who moved the other direction. He was at 4 over, so nice group of players that are all above right now, north of even. We will wait and see where that cutoff to the top 5 is. But Mike Larson at 53, Thomas Wolf at 65, Ryan Selk at 98, Taylor Wallstrom 106, Joel Galley at 149, all in contention for a stepladder finals berth. But again, there are a lot of players out of our viewing area that could be near that spot as well. Again, we are in our 9th and final game of qualifying here at the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles event. And as we mentioned, no re-oil. We'll go straight into a top 5 stepladder final and crown a champion before the night's over. It's looking more and more like a roughly 8 o'clock for the start of that stepladder final, which means we'll be going till roughly 9:45. Jeremiah Smith struggling today at 1483. As is Rodney Holm, having a rough day at 1472. Well, it's back-to-back shots to start on our championship pair for Thomas Wolf that have gone nose. So something to keep in mind for that stepladder final, as this pair seems to be hooking more than the players expect. We will keep an eye to the pair to the left, where a combination of Selk, Wallstrom, and Galley are bowling, as well as keep an eye on to the right here, where Mike Larson is currently sitting at 53 over with a spare start. And if you haven't already, please let us know where you're tuning in from. We've had quite a few viewers in today from all parts of the world. So if you haven't already, please drop by in the chat room and let us know where you're tuning in from. Do appreciate it as always. And please consider subscribing if you haven't already. Frame 4 now, game 9. It's 4 spares to start for Mike Larson. Looking over to the left, a 3-bagger to start off for Ryan Selk. So looks like he is able to right the ship. Taylor Wallstrom, open strike. Joel Galley, strike open. Rodney Holm on our featured pair, front 4. Darren Weiler, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully deer hunting went well for you today. If not, good luck tomorrow if you're going to stay out there. If not, maybe I'll see you here at doubles. But nonetheless, thanks for tuning in. Marshall, as always, appreciate you tuning in, my friend. Hope you and the family are doing well. Well, if there's any advantage for Thomas Wolf, he's going to finish his tournament on this pair one way or the other, whether it's done after this game or in the Stepladder finals. So an advantage for him. Meanwhile, Kelly Kuntz looking to find a way into that Stepladder final with a 9-spare 3-bagger, sitting at 6 over. I know of 5 players that are north of 50 over at least, so Kelly's going to need a pretty big game here to get himself into the Stepladder finals. But 6 over is in really good shape for a cashing spot. Todd Iverson, hopefully you're doing well, my friend. Good to see you tuning in. And congratulations on your Hall of Fame nod earlier this year. It's good to see. And well deserved. Eric Lund, thank you for tuning in. Hope you and the family are doing well. Always good to see you guys. And if you're not out here bowling, it's good to see you in the stream. This will definitely go down as our latest stream here at NDBowlTV. We will be pushing the 10 o'clock hour by the time it's over. But we've got a great Stepladder final shaping up. Just in view of us right here, we've got Mike Larson at 53 over, Thomas Wolf at 65 over, Ryan Selk at 98 over, Taylor Wallstrom at 106 over, and Joel Galley, who I believe is leading the way, at 149 over. Again, there could be other players not in view that are around that area, but immediately in front of us, those are the top 5. Strike over there on lane 38 for Mike Larson, his first of the game. Clean through 6. Ryan Selk, front 4. Taylor Wallstrom open, double open. Joel Galley up now going, he's got strike, open, strike through 3. suppose another name to remember down there, I just see him bowling, is Randy Peterson. He was sitting in pretty good shape around that 50 over number as well. So based on what I see, you're going to need to be around that 50 to 60 over to have a shot at the Stepladder finals at a minimum. Ryan Selk missed in the 5th with a 9 count there. But Mike Larson and Thomas Wolf are the two guys right in front of us that are right around where we believe the cutoff will be for the Stepladder finals. Larson up there on the right, looking for a double. Goes nose and kicks it out. What a big break for him. That is a double in the 6th and the 7th. His first double of the game. Still a clean game, so he's in good shape. Thomas Wolf up now. Frame 6 needs to do the same. Likes it. That was a pretty good shot. All right, Larson's delivery underway. 4-pin on 38. So he does not get the 3-bagger. That's back-to-back opens for Taylor Wallstrom to our left. He's got 73 in the 5th. Again, he's 106 over going in. Big shot here for Thomas Wolf, working on a double.
You may grab anybody off the street. We got Gremlin over here. Dawson.
7 count. And an unfortunate open there for Thomas. And that leaves him with 2:10 left. Gonna need to throw at least a double up there if he's gonna want to have a chance here. Because you got Mike Larson to the right at 16:53, which is 12 pins back of Thomas, and through 7 frames, Mike Larson is 23 pins ahead of him. So you got to think Larson is pacing to go ahead of Thomas. And then you got Ryan Selk, Taylor Wallstrom, Joel Galley. That leaves Thomas 5 at best if everything kind of shakes out the way it looks. Depending on what Randy Peterson is doing down there and looking at the, where's Darren Sundstrom, John Breckel, Mike Green, those were the top 10 people in the top 10 going after Game 6. I don't know where they are currently sitting because they are not in view here of our booth. But that is the way it looks right now. Big couple frames here for Thomas Wolf if he wants to find himself in that Stepladder final. And that is not what he was looking for. Unfortunate break, leaving a 4-9. And now that brings his max all the way down. With a spare, will leave him 200. So if there's ever a time you need to pick up a 4-9, now is one of those times. A 65 over could possibly get you there. And got it. There's anyone that has the clutch gene, as we learned 2 weeks ago at the NDBowlTV Masters. It's that guy. Spare right there for Mike Larson gives him 161 in the 8th. So Mike Larson still has 211 left, which would take him to 64 over. Strikeout for Thomas Wolf, 65 over. That is the current situation right in front of us. As I always call it, it's the tournament within the tournament. You can stand up there and you can see what other bowlers' scores are. Kind of do the math. Larson will finish first. He is now up in the 10th. Over on lane 38, the next shots you see in the far right of your screen will be from Mike Larson. A strikeout would give him 211 and 64 over. Larson now up on 38. And 7 pins, so that drops his max to 253 over. So a 200 game, and he'll finish at 53 over. Gives Thomas a little bit of breathing room, but Thomas, regardless, is going to need to put a double on the board. And then that is a missed spare for Mike Larson, so 42 over is the number for him. That gives Thomas Wolf a little bit of cushion on what he needs to do here to finish out the 9th and the 10th. Looking over to the left, Taylor Wallstrom 73 in the 5th with a strikeout or a spare up in the 6th. Ryan Selk just opened the 7th and has 157, so he's still got a good game going despite the open at 98 over. Joel Galley, strike open, strike spare, so doing what he needs to do just to keep pace. Thomas Wolf up now in the 9th, gotta have a double. Good strike there, and he knows it. Big one coming now in the 10th. He's got 200 left, I can get him to 65 over. If he spares out for 180, that's 45 over, and that would keep him ahead of Mike Larson. So at the very worst, Thomas Wolf needs to fill the 10th, 20-pin fill of any sort to keep himself ahead of Larson. And then depending on what happens with Randy Peterson down there, Kelly Kuntz here still has 232 left on the board, which would be 38 over. Another contender for that final spot in the Stepladder Finals. Seems pedestrian over there for Joel Galley at 149 over. Just kind of fill frames and make your way towards the number 1 seed. So I did hear a few players talking to Thomas about where Randy is. I did not hear what Randy is sitting at. So they know the numbers. If you're Kelly Kuntz, you got to get all of them here. Get to 38 over. Give yourself a chance at that top 5 stepladder final. Taylor Wallstrom with a pretty big double over there to our left. Now here we go. Big shot for Thomas Wolf, sitting at 65 over. Any 20-pin fill will keep him ahead of Larson, sitting at 42 over. Nine count there for Kelly. Leaves him with 221 left and 27 over. Trips out the 5-7 for Thomas Wolf. Big double there. All right, that shot alone keeps him ahead of Larson. From what I gather, it should keep him ahead of Peterson as well. Again, our stepladder finals is up next. So if you're just joining us, please share our stream on social media. How about that for clutch? After a couple errant shots in the 7th and then the unfortunate break of the 4-9 in the 8th, picks up the 4-9, then throws a 3-bagger. Now keeps him north of 60 over. Strike here will give him 65 over. Ryan Selk will remain ahead of Thomas, as will Joel Galley, and Taylor Wallstrom has 93 in the 6th with a double working in the 7th and 8th. But Taylor would need to shoot 160-ish to end up falling below Thomas. So Thomas finishes with 1865. I do not believe anyone can catch Joel Galley for the #1 seed, but I could be wrong, as we do not have a sheet since Game 6. But based on what's in front of me, I see Joel Galley as the #1 seed. There's potential for Ryan Selk to pass Taylor Wallstrom for the 2. Taylor could be the 3. Thomas could be the 4. And then depending on where Randy Peterson is, if he finished above the 42 that Mike Larson has here in front of us. That is how I see it right now. Taylor Wallstrom up now in the 9th, working on a double. And again, you got to think the big advantage here is Thomas Wolf just finished his qualifying block on our championship pair. So he's going to, if he makes the stepladder finals, he already knows what's going on in this pair. Taylor Wallstrom did miss in the 9th. He's got that 3-6-10 you see up there. So a spare here for Taylor gives him 140 in the 8th and a spare in the 9th. Means only possible 190 left. Picks it up. That means the best he can do is 96 over. I do believe that Ryan Selk is already north of that. So Ryan Selk has passed Taylor Wallstrom for the 2 seed.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I would just whip the ball.
Again, this is all just guesstimate based on what I see. These are not official. Big double there for Joel Galley in the 8th and 9th. Pretty much locks up what I believe is a #1 seed. As long as Ryan Selk finishes out the 10th frame with any type of fill, I believe he will pass Taylor Wallstrom, leaving Taylor Wallstrom in third. Does he like it? Flat 10. But that puts him at 205 with a miss, and that puts him to 103 over, and Taylor can't get there. So then it comes down to the 4 and the 5. I do know Thomas is at 65, Larson at 42. I don't know what Randy finished at. But the way Randy is rolling all of his stuff out of here, there's a good chance that he did not make it. But I could be wrong. He's got his street shoes on, so that's never a good sign if you're bowling thinking you're close to continuing bowling. Ryan Selk finishes out at 215, 113 over. I believe that should be good enough for the number 2 seed. Taylor Wallstrom, I don't think he can move around anywhere. I believe he's pretty well set at the 3. Well, regardless, gets a runaway Brooklyn, and that puts him, no matter what, north of Thomas Wolfe at 65. So I believe Joel Galley is the 1, Ryan Selk's the 2, Taylor Wallstrom's the 3. Perhaps Thomas Wolfe the 4, and Mike Larson the 5. That is our unofficial final at the moment.
No, I thought I did, but I wasn't mine. Is this a James? Yeah, is it right here? No.
All right, so stay tuned. We are going to wait for the official word from the folks here at Sunset Lane. Not Sunset Lanes. Midway Lanes. I forgot where I'm at. It's getting late. But this is what we've all been waiting for, the Stepladder Finals of the Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles. So stay tuned. We're going to have a brief break here while we wait for scores. It looks like 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 pairs going. Joel Galley needs to finish out his 10th frame. Then a couple pairs away, there's maybe a 10th frame left to be bowled. So we should know momentarily. Strike there for Joel. He's got one ball left in the 10th. He's already at 205. 215 will put him 164 over. as the qualifying leader, looks like. And if you just heard that, Josh Craig is a bum, according to Taylor Wallstrom. Yeah. Evidently, they're arguing about something. All in good fun, of course. But
as we get finished up here, for any of our out-of-town guys who want to store their stuff, on the high end of the building, in the locker rooms, just head straight on back to the back party rooms. Should already be some bowling equipment back there, but that's where you can keep stuff stored. We're getting brackets and side pots and standings figured out here, so give us a little bit here, and we'll have our 1 through 5 of the Stepladder, and
okay, so I'm getting word that it could be Darren Sundstrom in 5th. Could be Mike Larson in 5th. The way Randy is already like taking his stuff to the back, I don't think Randy Peterson is in contention. But Larson at 42 is the only one I know that could be in that position. Well, we will wait and see. That gives us a moment to thank the folks here at Midway Lanes. Brian Gehring and the staff have been so generous to us and supporting us throughout all these years. It's nice to come down here and be able to live stream a tournament in their building. Also, Fazza Mazzaroni Pizzeria down by the low end of the house. We'd also like to thank the folks at Storm, being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. If you haven't already, please like our page on Facebook. We will be giving away quite a few Storm balls this season, so tune in for that. I might run a couple new giveaways on Facebook.
Go get the top one. Oh, yes. You can do as many as you want. They got you.
Yeah, 1 second. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we got a time limit here today.
All right, they're announcing the top 5, but there you have it. And Darren Sundstrom got the last spot by 4 pins over Mike Larson. So our first match will be Thomas Wolf against Darren Sundstrom right here on NDBowlTV. Stay tuned.
So 45 and 46 is on. If you want to get warmed up, we need our first 2 bowlers. Darren and Thomas. Down there on 35 and 36. You get a couple shots each. And then
All right, we're going to be underway quickly as it is getting late. And I know the folks here at Midway Lanes want to get to Global, as that is a good revenue source for the bowling center. And they can't do that until we're done. So here we are. Again, Darren Sundstrom, one of the proprietors at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, against Thomas Wolf, defending NDBowling.com Player of the Year, and winner just 2 weeks ago at the NDBowlTV Masters.
Big country.
I should have had a couple more pins here at the end, but I missed the 10 minutes.
High game box last game. Second place.
And if you just missed it, Mike Larson was the first guy out of the show by 4 pins. The cut to the top 5 was 46 over. Darren Sundstrom. Okay, if you haven't already, please share the stream on social media. We are entering our Stepladder finals. The final 4 games of the Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles event. Again, I'm Darren Cini, flying solo. Thank you all for tuning in. Do appreciate it. We've got 4 more games to go. Thank you all for sticking with us throughout the duration of the day. What a long day it's been, but what a great day it's been. We've got a great Stepladder finals ahead of us. Let us know who you think's going to win. That top seed, Joel Galley, winner of the WDAY WDAZ Bowling Classic back in 2010, looking to bring in another title. And the number 2 seed, Ryan Selk, who has made many shows here at the KFYR in this building. He's no stranger. Looking for a title as well. You got Taylor Wallstrom. He won the NDBowlTV Masters last season. Cashed at the USBC Masters back in March. But then down there in that 4 spot, Thomas Wolf, defending NDBowling.com Player of the Year and winner of the Masters here at NDBowlTV 2 weeks ago. Then who I want to consider the dark horse, Darren Sundstrom, proprietor out at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, making his NDBowlTV debut. Good to see him out here. Good to see him bowling. And great bowling by him, making the number 5 seed here on NDBowlTV. We are going to have to adjust our scores just a little bit, and then we'll be underway with our first match of the Stepladder Finals, Thomas Wolf against Darren Sundstrom. Let us know in the chat room who you think is going to win this match and who you think is going to win the State Scratch Singles title here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. Just waiting for the staff here at Midway Lanes to get the scores set up nicely, and then we will be underway. Again, if you want to see the final standings, I do believe they will post them on the Midway Lanes Facebook page momentarily. All right, looks like we are underway. Thomas Wolf will kick us off on the left lane. Again, he just finished his qualifying round on this pair. Advantage Thomas. Oh, good shot there by Darren. Sundstrom wasting no time. 7-pin. Nothing wrong with bowling quick, as I say. Let muscle memory take over. Again, the winner here will take on Taylor Wallstrom in the second match. Ryan Selk is the number 2 seed. And Joel Galley waiting at the top. Can tell both players definitely know it's late. They want to get the tournament done probably as bad as everyone else. So if they do work a little quick, that is probably why. Wolf, frame 2. All right, tickles out the 7. Early double. Mike Hammond, thank you for tuning in from Eugene, Oregon. I do appreciate that. Cal Carnell, who's in the Stepladder. Joel Galley's the 1. Ryan Selk's the 2. Taylor Wallstrom's a 3. Thomas Wolf the 4. And Darren Sundstrom the 5. Ooh, 9-pin. Looked like that one revved up a little early. Okay, on the spare. Sundstrom up now, looking to bounce back after that open in the second. Inside, 310. And takes just the 3. So Sundstrom in an early hole. See if Darren can bounce back here. Playing a pretty direct line from left. Not getting the ball too far out. There we go, that was a lot better. Good shot there. Again, Darren Sundstrom, one of the proprietors out at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, who will be hosting the State Scratch Team event in about a month, 14th and 15th of December. Information on that tournament is available at ndbowling.com. Click on the upcoming events page. Head on out to Sunset Lanes and support Darren, Lonnie, and Mike. All those guys out there. Little high, trip 4 for Thomas Wolf. All right, guys, we're going to bring in Blake Wallstrom to co-commentate with me. But we'll see if the sound ends up bugging out on you guys. Let me know like it did earlier, okay? Let me know in chat. Blake, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Oh, wrap 10 for Wolf. So, Blake, take me through your day.
It was a roller coaster. I've never experienced like pair-to-pair so different than I did today. Because I go 2-teen, 2-teen, 130 with a bunch of splits. I think probably on your pair here. Then I go 2-0 right after it.
So did you find the over-under kind of mess that the righties saw early? Did you see that most of the day?
Yeah, pretty much.
So because I kind of figured the way the righties were struggling early on with the over-under and the fact that they wouldn't break down as much for you, plus all the righties just kind of made their way left, I figured it'd be a little harder on the left side.
And my best look was in. And so the more we went through the day, I'm crossing them, so then it makes it even more difficult.
Sure.
But I expect to see if one of these guys can get lined up on this pair.
And like I mentioned earlier, I know you weren't here, but Thomas just finished his qualifying round on this pair, so he's got more knowledge of this pair than anyone in the Stepladder finals because the other three didn't even hit this pair. They jumped over it.
Exactly. And Thomas didn't have his best game, but he was able to take information and make moves off of that. So
Sundstrom, frame 6, crosses over, gets the strike.
I started the day with
loving it.
started the day with him, and he had a big one right away to start the day. It was 255 the first game. So
yeah, so he was pretty much even the rest of the day then, because he finished at 46.
I think somewhere in that area.
Sure.
Don't have the final sheet.
Okay, good shot there for Thomas. Working right along here with a commanding lead. 32 pins through 5.
I'm not up to date as much on the old moto stuff, but I'm pretty sure this is a brand new ball. I don't think he has more than today basically on that ball.
This the red one?
Yep.
Yeah, and he pulled. Did he throw that the whole game, the last game of qualifying? I can't remember.
I believe so, yeah. I think it was more of he started slow hooking it a little bit more than throwing it to spot.
And again, those of you in the chat room, if you could, let me know if the audio sounds good. Last time we had Randy in the booth, we kind of had some interference going on. So please, in the chat room, let me know if everything sounds good and that's okay. On the spare. All right, Darren's going to put up a double here to get himself back in the match. What kind of balls do you think we're working today on this pattern?
For me, what I was seeing were kind of cleaner but smooth in the back end. So, like for me, the phase 2 worked good early. And then I wish I would have went to my summit a little bit earlier. And then there's probably times I probably should have pulled out the Summit Peak just to get that little extra clean, especially crossing with the righties, like I said. So
Right.
pick this one up. Oh, that's a little wide. Ah,
All right, thank you to everyone in chat for letting us know how everything sounds. And Eric Lund, I have no words for you. That's just mean. Dale, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in today. Please share our stream on social media. We are in the Stepladder finals of the State Scratch Singles here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. This is our first match. Winner will take on Blake's brother, Taylor Wallstrom, up next.
you know, as much as I like talking to you, Darren, I'm kind of getting sick of being in the booth here.
Yeah, well, you know, there are worse things, I guess. Oh, maybe there's not. I don't know. You'll have to ask my wife if she likes talking to me or not.
Well, she did marry you, so you must be doing something okay.
I'd hope so. Well, after a couple opens there by Sundstrom, looks like Thomas Wolf. The focus is to fill frames.
Yep. Yeah, at this point, just hit the pocket, pick up the spare. Pretty good.
That's the thing. The lanes are getting like right into the wheelhouse for Thomas Wolf, but they're also getting into the wheelhouse for Ryan Selk, Taylor Wallstrom, and our qualifying leader, Joel Galley.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
there's a reason these guys are the top four.
Yeah. I guess I don't remember bowling on this before, but they hooked a lot more than, unforced air there.
Still has a decent lead. Sundstrom can max out at 174.
But yeah, they
Just needs a mark.
They definitely hooked more than I anticipated.
Yeah, and tomorrow, what are we bowling on, 44 feet, you said?
Yeah, but I think the mills are a little less.
Okay, so it's less volume but longer.
Yeah, it's basically, so I'm suspecting it's going to be similar.
Okay.
Yep, there we go.
That strike will pretty much put away the match. Great showing by Darren Sundstrom. Good tournament for him. First time bowling here on NDBowlTV. Good to see him out here bowling. And again, let's go out and support Darren and the gang out at Sunset Lanes at State Scratch Team here in about a month in December. Some more information on that tournament. Go to ndbowling.com and click on the upcoming events tab. And then again, we will be back at Sunset Lanes in March as they are host to the ndbowling.com Classic. So,
I'm going to step out a second, check on my brother. So.
all right. As once again, Blake is pulling double duty as he did back in Minot at the NDBowlTV Masters. Steps out to play ball rep momentarily. So up next, Taylor Wallstrom against Thomas Wolf in our quarterfinal match. Let us know who you think will win a battle of the last two NDBowlTV Masters champions. And congratulations once again to Darren Sundstrom on a great tournament. Well, that was for you, Amber. You had to clarify, that wasn't for me. That was for you, Amber. All right, so this next match there, Blake, this is going to be, I don't know, one of your best friends out there and then your brother.
Yeah.
So who do you cheer for?
Well, I got money in the game on one side, so
And what side is that?
the old Wolf side.
Well, in not advertising, in broadcasting, we probably shouldn't have that on the air.
Hell. Yeah, no. I talked with Josh Craig the other day, and he said that him and Taylor were splitting all weekend. Nathan and Jamie were splitting all weekend.
Okay, so it's by doubles pairs because you're bowling with.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we
yep.
basically went into it thinking, doing it the same as what we would the normal weekend. So
Yeah, that's fair. Well, there you go. Updated bracket. Thomas Wolf defeats Darren Sundstrom 196 to 150. And will take on Taylor Wallstrom in a match of the last two NDBowlTV Masters champions. Taylor Wallstrom in 2023 and Wolf just 2 weeks ago, 2024. Up next, let us know who you think is going to win. Cal Carnell asking, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow is the State Scratch Doubles Tournament. We are not streaming that here on NDBowlTV, as I will be bowling with four-time major winner Matt Smallin, along with, I'm guessing, close to 20 other doubles pairs. Right back here at Midway Lanes on a 44-foot pattern. So looking forward to that. Again, 2 on each lane for Taylor. I do remember Taylor and the gang did bowl on this pair, but it was very early in the tournament. So the pair is much different by now, but we'll see what Taylor decides to do. It looks like he picked up a lightning blackout, perhaps, and that's what he's got in his hands at the moment. And the winner will take on Ryan Selk in our semifinal match. And then Joel Galley is waiting. Blake, you got any news from the lanes for us?
sounds like Taylor is thinking probably Vibo, which, judging off the shots that he's throwing, he's probably going to stay with it.
Because he was throwing that in the lightning blackout, right? Is that what the other one is?
Yeah, yep, he has both of them up there. He had IQ Tour earlier today, but he thinks it's probably going to be one of those two. And then I was just checking with Thomas. He thinks he's going to – Plan A is the red ball still. He said Plan B is probably that pink
Hypervenom?
Yeah, that's
perhaps.
Yeah. And then we had a couple other options, but if we get to that point, then we're probably in a little bit of trouble.
Right.
So.
All right, and for those of you who don't know, I'm Darren Senior. This is Blake Wallstrom calling the action once again. You listened to us about 2 weeks ago at the NDBowlTV Masters, and you're stuck with us again. Looks like Taylor should get lane choice here. I don't know what he chose. It looks like Thomas will start on the left lane, but we'll see what Josh puts in scores.
Yep, big hug right there. This is one of those hard ones where you always want to meet your friends in the stepladder because that means you're both doing good, but at the same time, you don't want to see your friends.
Right. But in all reality, it's hard to avoid when it comes to a tournament like this because we have so many of our friends in this type of a tournament. So it's fun to see. He's holding an IQ Tour. Is he thinking about an IQ Tour?
So that's what he threw most of the day. I think
Okay.
frame or game 3 or 4. I think it was game 3 or 4. He went to it, and he stuck with that most of the day. So,
All right, looks like Taylor will kick us off on lane 35. Let us know in the chat room who you think will win this match, Taylor Wallstrom or Thomas Wolf. An early split for Wallstrom. So do you know what happens with Taylor when he comes out of the ball like that instead of the full follow through?
I don't. I honestly think he just isn't 100% confident in the shot.
Sure.
And to me, it's like he's not sure it's going to make the move that he thinks is what I think is happening. But it's definitely something I'm going to be talking about with him tonight when we go to my house because he's staying with me. So
Sure. Yeah, it's one of those things where when he throws it like that, half the time it's dead flush, half the time it's an errant shot, you know. And I've always wondered, like, does something happen, like at the bottom of the swing? Does he not quite catch it right? And that's just
or maybe he got fast, or
Right.
yeah. There's always
like his timing's off, so he's just trying to clear the ball and get out of it, you know. Like, there could be a lot of things.
for sure.
But then you look at how he follows through on the spare, and it's picture perfect,
Yeah,
you know. It's how
exactly.
you'd want it. Quick strike for Thomas in the first, up now on lane 35. Looking to take advantage of the early open by Wallstrom.
It's in.
And does it trip an eye? No. Still a good shot.
Yeah, I mean, there were some big scores out there, but they were kind of few and far between. It seemed more you could just be right around that 200 game. You sit in a good spot.
All right, on the spare. Wallstrom now just got to settle in. It's always hard those first few shots in a stepladder final, regardless if it's on a live stream or not. It's always hard after sitting for probably 20 minutes to a half an hour. Looks better.
Better shot.
But you could see the way he came through it the right way. It read a lot earlier than he was expecting.
Yep.
So it's almost like he's just got to pick coming out of the ball which way he wants to come out of the ball and then adjust accordingly.
Yeah. And that way it's more of his natural. I would personally think that probably Debo would be a little bit better option right
Get a
now.
little further down lane.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Do you think if he throws the Vibo in that exact same spot it strikes? Or does it still go nose?
I think it's pretty close.
Okay.
I think at that spot he might four pin, but
Oh, well, maybe a ball change here. Took the thumb. Yep. Going to the Vibo. It's like he could read your mind.
he's still old school. Will not do the interchangeable.
Oh, he doesn't?
grip. Nope. Straight thumb slug.
Do you know why? Doesn't he go thumb first?
Yes.
Ball? That might be why, because of the way he twists his thumb into the ball.
Got a little bit of the Tommy Jones.
There you go, trip 4. If he can trip the 4, so can I.
I think he even moved a little deeper there.
Yep, and then added a little loft.
Yep.
Definitely the right move. I do love the Vibo from left. I've said that for the last year. That is one of my favorite storm bowling balls when it comes time to get left.
And
3-6.
but in the state, this might be the hardest 4 when you can get way left.
I agree.
We were joking about that with Ryan Selk earlier, that it was, if he can get in that deep, it's tough to beat. And he said he's not as good as he used to be, but he's still pretty good.
Right. And I think the advantage that Taylor and Joel currently have is ball speed when it comes to those players. Whereas Ryan Selk, a little bit slower ball speed. We'll see if he'll be able to kind of amp it up a little bit as we're bowling in the dirt. And Blake, what did you learn there in a quick talk with your brother?
He was just wondering if
Good shot by Thomas.
if I thought he was deep enough on that last shot. And so, go through the prerequisite questions. Did you think it was a good shot? All that stuff. And he said he aced it. So I said I'd probably go another 2 just to make sure because you barely chipped that 4 out. So.
All right, let's see what happens here on 36, working on a strike. Gives it the loft. Is it going to recover?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah, takes out the 5, that light swisher.
But apparently he did hear me.
So you just moved from Minot down here to Midway Lane, so you've kind of been a league bowler for what, the last year it's been now?
Year and a half, yep.
Have you noticed any characteristics in the building, having been bowling here for so long now? Like kind of we do up at North Hill Bowl with topography and things like that?
There's a couple lanes that aren't the kindest, but I also have never been so far right. Yeah.
Good shot there.
Yep.
Yeah, I suppose you're not used to playing as far right as you are today,
Well, the only reason I was comfortable there is because league the last couple of years has got me to that point. But yeah, there's a couple pairs in the house that are a little tricky, and then 39 and 40 have been a problem pair. That's why it broke down earlier today.
Oh, it doesn't get the 7 out. That was almost the same hit Taylor got, but ended up swishing out the 5-7. Thomas didn't get it.
Seems to be kind of his hit that he's had today is the light mixer. He always leaves a 7.
Yeah, he left a couple of those right around us here this afternoon. Again, we're in our quarterfinal match. Winner will take on Ryan Selk. Joel Galley is our top seed.
So what do you think on that one? Do you think it's just like maybe a little bit slower?
On Thomas's last shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 2 lanes are playing different. So I feel like he has to get a little bit slower on 36 just to get the ball to face up a little sooner. But I think that same shot on 35 is good. See, and that one was a little slower, and it went no. See, and I feel like that's how this pair has been playing all day with the left lane hooking more.
Well, we got out of trouble there, so we'll run it down and see what happens here.
Yeah, still got a clean game, but unfortunately his opponent has a 3-bagger up there. Wallstrom has a chance to take advantage here. All right, Wallstrom up now in the 6, working on a 3-bagger. Chance to extend his lead. Will it hook? It does, and gets the can opener hit. Sends the 10 straight right into the gutter. Always love that hit when you're on a string like that. One of those you expect a possible soft 10 because it was late, but the 10 goes straight into the flat gutter. All right. Wallstrom up now with a 4-bagger. Frame 7. It's inside. Goes Brooklyn. 6-10. Fortunate to leave himself a makeable. Blake went down to talk to Thomas. We'll see what he can come back to and report.
I was just talking with Thomas, see what he's seeing on the lanes. He agrees. He thinks 36 probably three less than 35. Oh no.
Well,
Well, that might be the little bit of a door opening that Thomas needs if he can make a couple good shots here.
okay, 142 for Taylor in the 7th. Thomas can put up a double here. Take the lead. Likes it.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was not going to move on that lane, just try to throw it a little better. I said maybe a little slower.
Yep.
And he said, I'm just going to hit it.
That's Thomas's answer to a lot of things.
Yep. And then I think on this lane, he said he's going to move a couple just to try to get it down the lane a little bit.
All right, big shot here for Wolf. Looking to put up a double after the Wallstrom Open.
Loft.
Likes it.
Ooh.
Wrap 10.
Yeah.
2 straight shots that he posts right at the line. But lane 35 is the problem child at the moment. Okay, on the spare.
Fun fact, Taylor also got a blood blister on his thumb.
Oh, wonderful. That'll serve him well tomorrow, too.
So, yeah, I had to do a little surgery for him. And he's probably, what, do I get like 10% for him using my rosin bag?
Yeah, right. So you're over here playing doctor, announcer, ball rep.
Far better at it than bowler, apparently.
Yeah, right. Hey, a little high. Oh, no. 4-6. I thought it was in, but I didn't think it was that bad.
No, I didn't think it was that bad.
All right, if Thomas strikes, he's got 156. This would be 151 with count. Throws it hard. Gets the 151 in the 8th for Wallstrom. 156 with a strike for Thomas. So, 5-pin match. Taylor's got to right the ship here.
Yep.
Got to put that last frame behind you and move on.
Nope. I would say I'd get out of there. No. I don't think he's went light yet. So I think after that 4-bagger, maybe we missed the move.
Sure. Throws it about as hard as I could probably ever throw it in my life. And the score, although it says 8-1, it's still the same. You did get 9 count there. It counted the 10 because the 10 moved. So max for Taylor at 190. Thomas just needs to pretty much get mark out. Keep an eye on count. Yeah, let the ball work on this lane. I don't think he overthrew it.
Nope.
Rolled out, doesn't tickle the 7 out again. I'm pretty sure that's the 3rd time in the last 2 games he's had the 7 pin
I've
here.
seen it a lot today. I just don't know if he has anything that's more continuous in the back. That's going to be a question I ask him because I think chance right now.
And he missed it.
He missed it. Oh my God, we got a 4-pin match
All
here.
right. Well, must-see TV here on NDBowlTV, folks.
Yep.
Who wants it more? I guess who wants it less? At the rate it's going.
Yep.
4-pin match. But as we've seen up in Minot 2 weeks ago, if there's ever a guy that can clutch it up in the 10th, this guy's done it.
And he did that last game too, because he could have had easily like a 150, 160, and I think what, last 4?
And you know, ironically enough, the score they have up there is the final score of the Masters final game. And now here he is again, 7-7 for the win.
Good. Oh, it just, yeah, I just don't think it's continuing enough in the back end.
Yeah, it looks like when it gets to that roll phase, it's too forward.
Yep.
It's not angular enough, like you said. And that's easy for us to see from this angle because we're a little bit to the right of being directly behind Thomas there.
Yep.
That's hard to see from directly behind the lane like that. All right, get the spare. Be careful.
Oh, that was dicey.
All right, make sure you get enough here to force
Yep.
Taylor to step up and double to win.
Yep.
As long as he gets 7 here, Taylor would need double to win the match.
I don't like this. I'm more nervous now than if I was actually bowling.
Well, you got skin in the game on this one.
But I feel guilty on both sides. Like, I don't want either of them to lose.
Yeah, I feel you.
It's a bad deal.
Yeah, you get 7. All right, 8's enough. That doesn't matter after that. So it's pretty simple for Wallstrom here. Double and 3.
All right, come on now.
Gotta trust it. You got the can opener hit the last time on this lane.
And
Ooh. All right, that's 1.
one.
Again, a battle of the last 2 NDBowlTV Masters champions coming down to the 10th frame.
These are the moments you kind of live for as a bowler. That got a strike to win.
All right, gotta have it. Strike to claim it. Oh, it takes the 10. You see how low that pin came out of the flat gutter and took the 10 out? Keep it on the lane there, Brady Stearns. Keep it on the lane.
We're going to have to sub you in. He said get 2.
Yeah, I know how to get 2 very easily.
I did see a 2 count earlier today.
Really?
So, yep,
Really?
yep. 2 spare. He did pick it up.
All right, keep it on the lane, Taylor, and it'll be Wallstrom versus Selk up next. There it is. That's enough.
Good enough. Good enough.
So there you have it. In an instant classic where neither player wanted it. 182-188. Taylor Wallstrom is the winner. And we'll move on to take on Ryan Selk in our semifinal match. Let's go update our bracket.
What's with it when any of the 5 of us bowl each other? Can't we just have a good match here? Thomas.
All right, there you go. Taylor Wallstrom moving on to take on Ryan Selk. Winner will take on Joel Galley in our championship match. Ryan will get 2 shots on each lane. And we'll be underway. Definitely was not expecting the way that last one ended. But a great quarterfinal match. while Ryan warms up, that'll give us a moment to once again thank the folks here at Midway Lanes. Brian Gehring and the staff have done a great job with the event today. I do appreciate them allowing us in to cover the event. Fazza Mazzaroni Pizzeria here inside Midway Lanes. The Spare Time Arcade along with the Kingpin Lounge right behind us. Again, big thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Senior with NDBowling.com, and you're watching live coverage of the State Scratch Singles event here on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. If you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button, consider subscribing, and please share our stream on social media. I would greatly appreciate all that. If none of you guys watched, we wouldn't do it, so I appreciate everyone tuning in today for a great day of bowling. Let us know. We got 3 players left. Who do you think will walk away with the title? Taylor Wallstrom, Ryan Selk, or Joel Galley? I want to know in the chat, who do you think will win? And like we said earlier, this is Ryan Selk wheelhouse. And I know I talked about ball speed earlier, but it might be to Ryan's benefit having a naturally slower and more of a roll for his shot that actually might play into an advantage. Throwing a phase 3, I believe. Isn't that what that is?
Yep, that is a phase 3. Because I was down there talking to Taylor earlier, and he said that was his choice, and that was about only option he had.
Okay.
So. I think we're getting to the point where a lot of these patterns aren't necessarily made for as many games as we have on it now.
I agree. I mean, we haven't talked about it on the show, but they are PBA patterns, and a lot of the PBA patterns are made for their 6-7 game blocks. Yep. At most.
And so Taylor was looking at his bag, and I said maybe the Lightning Blackout, because that's the weakest thing he has in here. But he said it rolls out too much.
Right. I was going to just say that. I was like, I don't think that's enough to get around the corner down lane.
Yeah. And so we said, well, Bebo's probably the only real option he has right now. And so hopefully works out. Told him trust it and make a shot. We're good.
All right, Stacy says Joel is going to win. Again, let me know. Who do you think will win? Joel Galley or one of these two? Winner will take on Joel in the final. Ryan will kick us off on lane 35. Again, no stranger to Stepladder finals in this building. He's made his fair share of KFYR TV finals. And just like Taylor, almost the exact same leave on that lane, his first ball on our championship pair.
Have you ever talked to Ryan about his bowling? Something that I have thought about, but I never asked him, is like, it seems to me like you might be a little bit more of a feel guy.
Oh, I 100% agree.
Because like I just noticed he was on the approach, and he stood there, but then kind of wiggles and moves his feet a little bit.
Sorry about that. There's the scores. Thank you, guys.
And so I guess in the conversation I've never had with him, but I'd be interested to see if it's just kind of he's looking at the spot down lane, just trying to get his hand in the right spot.
Right. Yeah, as long as it's consistent, that's what it's all about.
He's really good at it. And
I don't think he liked it. Like, his body language said he didn't like it, but then
I just think he's he said he told me earlier he's a little uncomfortable
Okay.
being this far in lofting it. And I seen there end of the last game he was kind of beside the ball return, and that one he was in front of it, so it looked like he moved a little bit more. Yep. Yep.
Ooh, he gets
Oh.
it. What a trip.
And
4-9.
I told him I had a question for him tonight, and he goes, ask it now. And I said, I don't want to mess you up. He goes, it's not going to mess me up. Just ask me. I said, what causes you to short arm it like
Yep.
that? He said it's when it gets amped up.
Okay.
And so like that one.
So quick feet, perhaps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That makes sense. It's kind of what we were thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good to confirm it. All right. Selk now frame 2. Trying to bounce back from an open. Looks okay. Never sees it. Do you think he got fast on that?
No,
Yeah, you saw his kind of hand motion.
Yeah, he was. I think he was next to me at the very end of qualifying, and there was a couple of them that he said if you got a little forward on, then they would roll out. So.
Yeah, playing where they are, if you don't stay along the side of the ball, it'll never recover.
And, ooh. Yep. Seems the straighter you are, the more kind of like up the back of it you want to get, which is Taylor's like bread and butter. But once you start getting in, you got to add that rotation to get the ball to make the corner, else it just rolls out and goes forward.
Okay, Robert Craig asking if the standings are up. I saw one on. I will post it on the NDBowling.com Facebook page. I'm going to steal it from the Pro Shop. So if you guys are watching from the Pro Shop, thank you. I'm going to take that and post it.
And, a little late there too. This is not what I was expecting, to be honest with you.
So for those of you in the chat room, if you give me 1 second, head on over to ndbowling.com on Facebook. I will have the final standings after qualifying available here in a second.
Cleaned it up and perfect form. Look at that. All right, Taylor in front of the ball return here. Let's see if he can make another good shot.
Will it hook?
A little wide, little wide.
Nope.
Ooh,
Pays maximum penalty.
yep. Oh, that one really went. All right.
All right, back on it.
Yeah, that's when, like, from the crowd here, he got to take a deep breath,
Nope.
regain himself.
Tighten up the laces, it looks like.
Yeah.
Again, thank you to everyone who has stuck with us today. It's been a long day here at Midway Lanes, but we are approaching the championship match. The winner of this one will get Joel Galley in the final. A guy that
Better shot, a little high.
I believe will be in the North Dakota Hall of Fame. If he isn't already, he should be. He's an NDBowling.com major champion, winning what is now the NDBowling.com Classic back in 2010. Running the ladder up in Liberty Lanes.
I'd say, was that back when it was split qualifying?
Yep, yep. He was the guy that ran the ladder and won it the second to last time at Liberty Lanes. And yours truly made the show the last time it was at Liberty Lanes. Shocker to many out there, but yes, I've made a TV show that wasn't NDBowlTV and sitting back here on the mic.
That's the one tournament that I pull a Cini and I decide to tie for qualifying.
All the time. But you've done that like 2 or 3 times.
I think it's twice now. Ooh, doesn't like it.
Rhino.
Stays clean.
You know when he lets it go and he hates it instantly.
But beneficial in the fact that gets us 7 out, so should be easier spare here.
And really, I mean, he's still in the match. Like, he's only down 15. You would think, based on what you see up there, that it'd be drastically different, but look.
Oh, no.
He didn't get any.
Oh, no.
Rhino. And to be fair, I'm only laughing because he's laughing.
Yeah.
He thought he got at least one there, and he didn't get any.
Yeah.
All right, well, you got to pull it together here.
He usually keeps it pretty lighthearted, so.
Yes, if anyone knows Ryan Salk, I'm actually surprised he wasn't wearing Zubas today.
I'd probably save him for tomorrow.
That's true. Doesn't have multiple pairs.
I seen a Wade Scott Facebook post or something like that about, like, they won it, I don't know how long ago.
Oh, yeah, it was at Paragon like 10 years ago.
Yep. With the Zubas.
So many great doubles combos tomorrow. I look forward to it. All right, Salk frame 5 needs a bounce back. That'll do it.
Much better shot. Much better shot. Tomorrow feels like it's going to be a little bit of a sprint.
Yeah, it's only 6 games, and then we're going to do a stepladder final. Do you know if the stepladder final is full game or Baker?
I don't. I've heard both. I'm not sure what he decided.
Okay. Yeah, Stacy says, too bad Liberty Lanes is gone. I do agree. I did enjoy bowling up there the
better shot.
Couple times I was there for the classic. Brooke Selk in the chat room, Ryan's wife. Ryan has always had a little wiggle, shimmy, shimmy. Or starting his approach, never looks at his feet. And dang near compensates for his drift. Very nice.
All right.
I appreciate the insight. If anyone would know, it'd be you, Brooke. So thank you for tuning in. I mean, I'd hope you'd tune in anyways. All right, Wallstrom up now. Frame 6, trying to put a double up there. Slow, it looks slow.
Oh, trips 4 back-to-back shots. Oh, man. When you got it, you got it.
And getting heckled from the peanut gallery over here to the right.
All the people over here that probably didn't get a check.
Yeah, right. Well, if you hear anybody clapping, it's Wade Scott, because he feels good then. Oh, I love it. There he is. There it is. I knew it. The Wade Scott clap. No, that's how you know he's feeling good.
The last shot from Ryan was really good. Let's see if he can repeat here.
Brad Nelson says he made the show at the DAY-DAZ. Oh, yeah. It was a good tournament. I miss those days.
And I
can't trip it out.
I just don't think he's realized that the lanes are as different as they are.
Sure.
Because the one on 35 looked so good, and both shots on 36 the last 2 times has just been a little lazy around the corner.
Yep. Which is surprising, because in practice it seemed like all the shots he took, he was slow, got through the ball, and the ball read the right way down lane.
Yep.
So I don't know if it's a case where he gets amped up in that step ladder.
Like even there, that was for sure a spare, and it just pushed past the break point.
Sounds like Joel's down there ripping racks on 45 and 46, warming up.
Looked like a red ball. I wonder if it's like a IQ Ruby or what do we got?
Yeah, definitely an IQ Ruby.
Yeah.
Joel's a Storm guy through and through, so.
Taylor said that was the only other option, but it's in the truck, so.
Nobody wants to go get it.
I said I'd go get it, but it'd be really cold right now.
All right, Wallstrom up now with a chance to put a clamp on this match.
Yeah, I think right now it's just fill frames.
Looks pretty good. Oh, not fortunate to get another trip 4. I think he's fine with that, though.
Yeah, no, at this point, if you can get 9 and pick up the spare, I think you're sitting pretty good.
James Martinez said, did not see anyone throwing urethane today, and you would be correct. I didn't see much of it out there at all. I did see some people try it, but...
Yeah, there was a few. I think Smallin tried it. I seen a couple more going down the lane. It just wasn't the play, I don't think.
Sure. I think with all the volume on being only a 40-foot pattern, there was just too much up front for the urethane to really see the ball in the right part of the lane.
The only, I think, chance that there was is the fact that I'm pretty sure this is over the top of the house pattern.
Sure, yeah.
So I think that's the only way that there would have been a chance that you could have thrown it.
Do you think it'll be in play tomorrow?
Possibly. It's a little longer, but a little less volume, which just means it's spread out a little bit more. So it's possible.
All right, Ryan Silk still has, 192 left if he strikes out? And Taylor misses.
Whoa, that was not even close. Broski, what are you doing?
So it's not mathematically over here yet, so Ryan can put up a double and at least make him think about it.
Yeah. Oh. Must be a fit issue. He's going back looking at tape issue.
Because he missed a spare over on that lane earlier, saying that it was hard to slide. So perhaps he's having issues on the approach as well. Has yet to fill on that lane. That would be Ryan, but let's see here. Ryan Selk, frame 8. Maybe. Got it. He's locked in now.
Oh boy. Here he comes.
They're coming to you, Ryan. They're coming to you. Brad Nelson says he was a mechanic at Liberty before they closed. Pat Gaddy and the crew are great to work with. I do believe that. I've always liked going up there, and Pat was always a great guy to work with.
Well, Brad, I thank you, because mechanics in the bowling center are a dying breed, and we need as many of them as we can get.
They're hard to come by. Shout out to all the great mechanics out there. Jack Nelson, if you're watching. Robert Ballard, all the greats that we've known anyways. Jesse Sickler, if you're watching. I'm sure you're happy that the string pins are going in Williston. Or maybe you're not. I don't know. Let's see. Can Ryan Salt get a 3-bagger? Stay in the match. Got it. Look out.
We actually have a little bit of a match here. Came back.
So if Taylor goes spare, he's got 188. Or strike spare, 188.
Yep.
Rhino still has 192 left.
It's going to come down to a double in the 10th again.
That's what we want, right?
Keeps it interesting.
All right, regroup time for Taylor.
Good.
Nice shot.
That was a real good shot.
And Cal, yeah. Sorry, Cal, if we're talking about lane mechanics. You haven't been doing it for 40 years like everyone else that I mentioned, so sorry you don't fit the mold yet.
But I do appreciate that you're willing.
Yes.
Because we need lots of them.
Cal, you're not even 40 yet.
I'm not even 30 yet.
Right. All right, this will be a big double here. Is that left?
That's, ooh,
Uh-oh.
little baby split here.
Oh, there's a chance. There's a chance here.
Yeah.
Through 6 frames, Ryan Selk had 72. He can now win the match.
Yeah, with 4 opens on top of.
That's bowling, man.
Yeah. Oh, hard way. Oh, went around it.
Oh boy. All right, 176 final for Taylor Wallstrom.
So what does Ryan need here?
Where's Ken Fletcher? He's my numbers guy when it comes to stuff like this.
So 32, a strike gives him 52. No, 30. So it'd be 62.
Yeah, he needs the first one.
Yeah, I think
sure.
he needs the first one here.
I always rely on Fletchy for late numbers like this.
It takes me a second to calculate.
All right, Ryan Selk has a chance. I didn't think it was possible 3 frames ago. Here we are. Do you like it?
Oh, high.
Early.
Oh, no. And that means pick it up. That's 470.
That's over.
70 is all you can
70
get.
is the most
oh,
you can
man.
get. Taylor Wallstrom is moving on to the championship match against Joel Galley right here on NDBowlTV. Crazy finish. Wow. Let me know in the chat room who you want to win the championship match. We've got Taylor Wallstrom and Joel Galley up next. Shout out to Ryan Selk on another good tournament. Almost came back and took this one. All right, 176 to 167 final. Taylor Wallstrom is the winner. And we'll move on to take on Joel Galley in the championship match. Joel will get 2 shots on each lane, and we will be underway. All right, how you all feeling in the chat? Let me know who will win the championship match. We've got Joel Galley, the #1 seed, against Taylor Wallstrom, who took down Thomas Wolf and Ryan Selk in back-to-back matches. That came down to the 10th frame. This guy's been sitting a while. Well, thank you all for tuning in. I do appreciate who you think's going to win. Let me know. Joel will get 2 shots on each lane and lane choice. Dylan Galley, thank you for tuning in. And Melanie, good to see you guys. Glad we were able to bring this to you since you guys can't be here. Good to see Joel out here as a #1 seed. I know there were a couple tournaments last year where he was in the senior position as the first guy out. So it's good to see Joel out here bowling once again, qualifying as a top seed here on NDBowlTV. Joel is going to be on lane 36, which means Taylor will kick us off in our championship match. Best part about having a live stream going this late is there are a few cocktails going on and people are feeling good. Everyone's laughing. Everyone's having a good time. So you got the locals over here giving Taylor a hard time for missing spares. But nonetheless, here we are, just shy of the 9 o'clock hour in our championship match. Taylor Wallstrom against Joel Galley. Looks like we got a nice mix. People cheering for either or. Again, share the stream with everyone you know on social media. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Here we go, our championship match is underway.
I was not paying attention.
Interesting 6-9 leave.
Should have probably been paying attention to that shot, but I wasn't.
So did you talk to your brother before that one?
I did. I asked him if he wanted me to go get his ruby, and he said it had a little bit of surface on it, so it's going to be a bad option. And he asked what he should do, and I said, honestly, if you can add a little rotation, it would probably be better because then it wouldn't roll out as much. And he said he was going to try it. And then he said if things are going south real quick, you might see some like 30-mile-an-hour heaters up.
And yeah, this pair is hooking a lot more than I think Joel anticipated.
Yeah, 'cause he was ripping racks down there during, I guess, practice, warm-up.
Warm-up, yeah. Let's see, I didn't quite catch what ball he's throwing.
It's an IQ Ruby there, and then it's
He was throwing a blue one. Is that an
that's
idol?
I think it's an Ion.
Ion?
It's either an Idol Pearl, like an old Idol Pearl, or an Ion.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Dylan, if you know what your dad throws. What's the darker blue one? It looks like an Idol Pearl. Like I see an Idol label on it. It's yellow.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was
4 pin.
very good ball.
I guess there's some people in the chat that might know. It looks to me like it's it's an Idol Pearl according to Dylan in the chat. Thank you for that. All right, on the spare. Again, it's very difficult to come in as a #1 seed when you've been kind of sitting around for the last 2 hours, just throwing shots down on the practice pair.
Especially as much as these lanes have been beat up, and they're already hooking a bunch, and now there's been a few more games on them.
Just a matter if will Wallstrom give him the opportunity to get comfortable. That's wide.
Yep, that's fine.
Better than hitting the head pin, honestly. He hits the head pin there. That's a 2-8-10.
Yep. No, I told him in my brief conversation with him, just stay clean. If you shoot 190 and he does better than that, then kudos to him. But at this point, you kind of just have to, you're bowling yourself.
Yep.
You get your score that you think you can get, And then if they do better, there's kudos to them. There's nothing you can do. Rips the cover off of it.
So you've been in your fair share of championship matches like this when it's a head-to-head thing. Do you have any like sort of thing you do to calm yourself down so you're not amped up going up to the line?
Deep breaths.
Yeah.
All the time. Yep. I'm a guy that like I get up there and I put my feet like where I'm standing, and then I usually put my fingers in afterwards. And in between that, I put my feet and then big deep breath and put my fingers in and then go.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Well, you could see there on the far right of your screen, Brian Gehring running down there. Shout out to him, running machine calls, even as the proprietor here at Midway Lanes at the end of the tournament. He's been here all day. Big shout out to him as we see there, just normal quick call on 36, and we're back underway. Quentin Craig wondering, what are the payouts for the top 5? Honestly, I have not seen a payout yet, so I can't tell you what that is.
I think the only thing I've seen is I think Thomas, for the 4th place finish was 650.
Okay, 650 for 4th. I think that's pretty good for 61 entries.
So I think that was what I seen.
Blake's over here collecting his cut. Tips are welcome in the booth, by the way. All right, 3, 6, 10 for Wallstrom. Let's see if he can keep it clean there. And he does. Good spare. And like we mentioned earlier, you know, by sparing here, you're just giving Joel time to get comfortable. Joel's still a little lost on this pair. Let's see if he can manage the early hook that he saw on this lane in the first frame. A little more direct, and it still hooks early. Do you think it's a ball change time here? Do you think that idle pearl is just a little too early?
I'm not sure.
Or does he just have to give it more room?
I guess I haven't seen him throw the ruby or paid attention to it, so I'm not 100% sure, but it's
Yeah, he pulled that one too.
it's definitely a more room thing. Like
Okay.
even if it's a little weak at the current ball speed, it might be a little bit slower ball speed.
So, like, here's the thing about bowling. You know, he's got 2 opens, but theoretically, he's only down 20. You know?
Yeah, it's that looks a little better, but it still goes high.
Still early, yeah. So I don't know if it's a
I
hand position change that he could make to get the ball there a little more forward, or if he's got to switch balls. I don't know.
I honestly think if I either moved like one with his feet or moved his eyes out one just to give it a little extra room, I think he'd be pretty close.
See, and I thought he threw that one right of the one on 36, but then again, 35 hooks more.
I would just worry with the hand position change if it would roll out.
Kind of
too
like we
much.
saw with Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I didn't think it was that bad, but it did hook up a little early. So, you give back the advantage. That's kind of been the MO of our show today. So anytime somebody kind of has an advantage, they give it back. All right, make sure you get the count here at least.
Oh, kind of a cheeky possible attempt there. But
And now you look at it, it's a 5-pin match. It's crazy to think how it can change that quick.
yep.
And the way the scoring works in bowling.
Yeah, it was weird. Like, I think it was the game 8. I had a bunch of spares up there. And uncharacteristically, I seen Jeremiah missed a couple single pins, which he doesn't do very often. And I was looking, and then next thing I know, he rattles off like 3 in a row and shoots 215 or something like that.
Ooh.
Yep.
All right, Taylor, if you're going to watch this back someday, little suspect on the spares. And he'll probably admit it.
I had a few really weird ones today, too, that just didn't seem quite normal. That's
That one's
way in.
left too. And almost the back door, but
that's the thing. If you can stay out of trouble, that's like the key right now.
yeah, you look at the way both players have been throwing the ball. We don't have any strikes through 5.
Yeah, I was
It's
just
a
going to say
7-pin
that.
match.
Yeah, it's
I promise you guys, these two killed it today. I promise.
well, how many people did we have over? It was
Probably
6, 7? Yeah.
at most. Yeah, because Kelly Kuntz, Larson were 2 out, so that's at least 7.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Did Randy finish under? He might be an 8th.
Yeah, he might be an 8th.
All right, Galley frame 6. Gotta find something. That's better.
Better, yep.
There we go, our first strike of the championship match. It took until the 6th frame. We finally got there. Now, Taylor lining up on
On lane
what is that?
35.
48. Lofting cap.
That's pretty good.
And it was early.
Oh.
9 pin.
It's all right.
Right. In this case, advantage Galley at the moment with the strike up there. Again, big shout out to everyone tuning in. Do appreciate it. Final 5 frames. And, all right. Good spare. Another close match coming down to it. Final 4 frames of the State Scratch Singles event here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. I'm Darren Sini with NDBowling.com, joined by fellow SPI staffer Blake Wallstrom. Final game of the tournament. Wallstrom, frame 7.
Look. It's all right. So if you get really deep in front of the ball return, are you a proponent of doing the same thing on the left lane, or do you do a full approach?
I go all the way back to my full approach. Yep. Yep. I get more consistent ball speed that way. I feel like when I'm in front of the ball return, I have to arm it a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people do different things. Like they'll, just keep it the same on both lanes. Which
I suppose you wouldn't know because you've never gone in front of the ball return as a lefty.
Believe me, I got to the ball return today, and I said, I don't practice, never done 3-step approach, so I'm running out of room.
Did I ever tell you the story of when I first learned how to bowl in front of the ball return?
I don't think
He was
so.
actually in this building, and I'll tell you right after this shot from Joel. Big shot here. It's left.
In, yeah.
And almost gets away with it.
What?
Yeah, makeable. But anyways, so back in 2005, the ever famous year for me in juniors, I ran away and hid. I know that's hard for a lot of people out there to believe, but I was the qualifying leader for the state tournament for us travel team and youth, and the lanes were breaking down. I think the TV pair was over there on 29 and 30, which is ironically enough where the NDBowling.com banner is here at Midway Lanes.
Good spot for
And
it, right?
I'm over on the practice pair, and our good friend Thomas Wolf was over there, and he says, you're going to have to go in front of the ball return. And I was like, honestly, I don't know how to do that. And he basically taught me how to bowl in front of the ball return, and I learned in 20, 25 minutes.
See, yeah.
Shot there.
That's such a good shot.
And from that day on, that's the day I learned how, and thankfully it worked, and thankfully I got through the match and ended up winning. But yeah, I learned how to bowl in front of the ball return that day on the fly. I mean, I was 18. It's not something I practice very often at home, like ever. Adam Peters, thank you for tuning in for a lefty joke at least. Oh, good shot there for Taylor.
Yeah, start getting nosebleeds once you get too far over there.
All right, 5-pin match, 2 frames to go. This is what we look for. I see Brian Gehring to our left. He's got a pen in hand with both checks. Hey, Brian, you want to show me what is it, 1,000 for first? 1,500. Wow, okay, that's our payout. $1,500 for first, 1,000 for second. So a very good payout for 61 entries. That is awesome.
A $500 match here.
All right, big shot for T. T Wallstrom
It's in. Yeah.
6-10. All right, Joel's going to have a chance to step up and win this.
It kind of seems like, well, I guess Taylor hasn't struck all but once, but it seems like he has a little bit more of a clear picture on 36, and it seems like Joel has a little more of a picture on 35. And they both finish on their respective lanes that they seem to have a little bit better.
Pick it hard way.
Yeah.
Right.
He's had a problem on that approach up there.
35, the approach on 35 has been thorn in his side all evening. Thomas Wolf leaves the bowling center, and he's already in the chat. Love it. Appreciate you, my friend. In that same tournament, by the way, the first 3 games, I had like 680, and he walks by me, Thomas we're talking about now, and he says, that's not enough, and that's all he tells me. And then I think I had 760 the next 3, and he's like, okay, you're good.
I think the year I did good, you were my coach.
That's so. Right. You were throwing the green toxic, weren't you? Those were the
probably.
days.
Ooh, that's a better
shot.
shot. Yeah,
got it.
Shot.
It's a big shot for Joel Galley here.
Oh.
Got an opportunity now. He's got 202 possible.
Good.
Taylor's got 187 left.
Yep.
So does that strike spare?
Yeah, because he can go. So this one's 30, so 72. I think spare and count. Or strike and count, I'm sorry.
Yeah, count is definitely big here. But if you're going to finish this deep, you want to be on the left lane.
And
Get there. Oh, almost trips 4. Thankful to get the 9 out. So spare up this. He's got 181 left. If Taylor goes strike spare, he's got 177. So if you pick this and strike, pick this and 9, you force a double out of Taylor. Got it? All right, now this count is huge here.
Yep.
Okay, he only needs 8, 7. 7 to force a double?
Yep.
Okay, 7 forces a double here.
Need 6 for sure, 7 to be a little more comfortable.
All right, here you go. Count is big to force Taylor to double. It's wide. Oh no, 7. That's enough.
That's enough.
That's all you need.
That was the magic number.
Yep. Anything more, it really doesn't. It just comes down to what Taylor does after that. So, all right, double and 2.
Double and 2.
Double and 2 is the magic number for Taylor Wallstrom. $1,500 top prize. That state scratch singles title. Gotta have it. The loft doesn't get
goes
there.
high.
Big
Oh my.
4, and Joel Galley is gonna win the state scratch singles tournament.
Yep. And I
What a win.
think Taylor liked that one, but it just hooks a lot. And okay.
We'll see if we can get a quick word with Joel before they shut the lights out for Global, and we can wrap things up here. All right, 178 to 160. That is the final. Joel Galley is our winner, and we are going to get a quick word with him and then wrap things up here at Midway Lanes in Mandan. All right, again, if the audio screws up here, please let me know. And Joel, can you hear me? Uh-oh. There, yeah, you can hear me now. All right, give me 1 second. Let's get us into the booth here. All right, here we have it. Darren Cini, Blake Wallstrom, champion Joel Galley. Joel, take us through that championship match. I can't hear him. Hold on.
Yeah.
Where are you? I can't hear him at all. Okay, how about now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Hey,
are.
there we go. All right.
Take us through that championship match.
Well, obviously I couldn't figure out the right lane there. The ninth frame was just a shot in the dark. I'm not very good at playing in front of the ball return, so trying to walk around the ball return is my only option.
Yep.
And as you could tell, it wasn't working very well. So that ninth frame, I just like throw it hard and try and take your hand out of it. And it worked.
Very nice. So what were you throwing in the final there?
It's the Idle Pearl.
Idle Pearl. Very nice.
It's the original, and it has about 1,000 games on it.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, that's
And
crazy.
so that's the same ball I had for state when I won scratch all events as well.
Very nice. That wasn't that long ago, was it?
No, it was 2 years ago.
Very
2
nice.
years ago. Yep.
So you kind of ran away with qualifying, really. You had what were you, 164 over?
Yes.
What you ended up with?
Somewhere around there. Yep.
What were the pieces you used throughout the day?
At the beginning, when on the fresh, I was throwing the reality, and I just progressed through that. Went to the phase 2. The Zen, the original Zen, got me through the middle part, and then I used the Attention Star for the last 3 games.
And that looked really good for you.
It was. It's a really long pin on it, and it's really weak, so it gets through the front, and I just got to make sure I get my hand in it to finish.
And I was talking to Randy earlier in the day, and we talked about how forward that ball gets as a Pearl ASIM, and it's really nice for when you have to get left.
Yeah.
So $1,500 top prize.
Yes.
That's got to be a good way to start your weekend.
It is.
I got to imagine you're bowling doubles tomorrow.
Yes, I will be. Yep.
And who are you bowling with?
I'm bowling with Dustin Robles from Grand Forks.
Nice, nice. Well, good luck to both of you guys tomorrow. I'm actually bowling tomorrow, so
There you
it'll
go.
be good. I want to thank Blake for joining me for the finals. Congratulations, Joel. Good to see you back out here. Good to see you get a win. It's got to be nice.
It's been a while.
It was cool seeing your family in the chat. I know they're happy for you. So
Dylan called what ball you're throwing.
It was
that
good.
Nice of him, so.
Blake, you got any final thoughts?
No, I guess the only thing I was really curious is down there when you were practicing before the finals, how much different was it over here?
It was a lot.
It
was a
seemed
lot.
like quite a bit because
Yeah.
we looked over a couple times. It looked like you were throwing that Ruby IQ, and then you got over here, and seemed like it was hooking a lot more. So.
It was, yeah, especially playing on top of everyone else before me, and so I just stuck with the blue one. I didn't even want to try the red one because I had no idea what that was going to do. So I just stuck with the blue one, and it worked out.
Well,
nice.
Congratulations, way to navigate through the
the dirt.
the messy, yeah. So, yeah, congratulations, and hopefully it carries over to tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll loosen up the arm swing when you have a $1,500 check in the back
Yeah.
pocket. That's
It
nice.
was, yeah. Looking at the pattern, hopefully it'll be more playable, and kind of looking at it, it's similar to the K-Fire from last year. So, I made the cut last year for that. I bowled pretty well for that too. So
speaking on that, how much different do you think it's going to be? Because we were talking about it earlier. This one's 40 feet, a little bit more oil. That one's 44, slightly less. Do you think it's going to be drastically different than this, or do you think it's going to be?
I don't think so.
6 games, so I
6 games, I think it'll hold up a little more, but you're going to see more guys in the middle, and we might not be as deep. Maybe by Stepladder final we might be that deep, but I think the middle will open up, and the higher rev guys are going to blow the middle open, and you'll see a lot of guys left tomorrow, especially with 44 feet, unless the gutter plays.
Sure.
It's kind of what I thought. I thought it'd be similar, but it won't get as drastic as it was today.
No, definitely not, especially with the length, and everybody kind of knows you play that area, and maybe it'll be a little more consistent from pair to pair, and hopefully.
I hope pair to pair is more consistent.
All right.
But thanks for joining us, and
Yes, thank you.
congratulations
Thank you.
again. That's awesome.
Yeah, good win for Joel, and thank you to everyone who's tuned in the chat room. I do appreciate it. A long day of bowling, but we made it to the end. Congratulations to that guy on a great day of bowling. Thanks to Blake, and we're just going to wrap things up. So big thank you to, once again, the folks at Midway for being the host center here at the State Scratch Singles event. Do appreciate everything they do for us. Again, Fazza Mazzaroni Pizzeria here inside Midway Lanes. Again, big thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Sini with NDBowling.com saying thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys on the next one.